Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show, guys. So glad to have y'all with us today. I know we were starting a little late. That was not the intention, but listen, there's always going to be some hiccups when it comes to technical issues that we tend to have. Today, the song that we featured this morning or this afternoon is going to be coming from Dr. Ocular out of Johnson City, Tennessee. That is their album song Hindsight. They've got an album coming out here in August. So really looking forward to that. But today, what I'm mostly looking forward to is who we have on the show today. This is Mr. Bobby Harrell. Welcome, Bobby. Welcome, Bobby.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Bobby is running for Tennessee State House Representative District 4, correct?
That's right.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I really am glad to have you on here again. I apologize for the delay on the stream. If you're interested in any sort of technical lingo, all that kind of stuff, things are changing within the way that you can stream stuff. And for us to be able to actually share a Zoom meeting on a live Facebook feed is a little bit more complicated than you might think that it is. So I appreciate your patience with me with getting that all worked out.
Hey, I'm not tech savvy at all, so I get it.
Yeah, I'm learning. I'm still learning. I've worked in tech for a little while, but I am learning because things are ever changing in the tech world. So that is an expanding realm of nonsense. But so glad to have you on. So we talked before. I know yesterday we talked a little bit about kind of the conversation that I want to have with you about your platform. Also, right. Maybe talk a little bit about your personal life. Of course, everybody wants to know who they're voting for, not just what their platform is, where they come from, those sorts of things. So we're going to jump right into it. So like I said, you're running for Tennessee State House 4th District as a Democrat, correct?
That's right.
Yes. And also you just got a job as a utility worker in Elizabethton. Congratulations.
Yes, super excited about that.
Yeah, that's really great. Especially now, it's really hard. I mean, there's only so many jobs that you can find right now with everything going on with COVID. It's really difficult. So I'm glad that you were able to find something else to do right now. I know that one of the things that piqued my interest in having you on here on the podcast was that you had made a post on your Facebook page talking about the lack of your inclusion on the Johnson City Press article that had those listings of the other candidates for the 4th district. Did anybody try to reach out to you, or did you try to reach out to somebody about that?
I know at this point, somebody had told me that my name was listed in the Johnson City Press, and I had no clue. And then I went and I looked it up, and all the candidates for State House had been questioned except for me, but I have not reached out to them.
Right.
I did.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I had reached out to WJHL, that's news broadcast in Elizabethton, and they had expressed interest in wanting to do a personal interview with me as well. And they couldn't understand why I was left out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand either why. I mean, however, I will tell you this, I have noticed that Johnson City Press, WJHL too, a lot of news that they've been putting out, especially about politics, about the Black Lives Matter movement, about the New Panther initiative, where they've been going out and holding protests in our region and on the outskirts of our region as well. They have had some pretty interesting ways of wording their article titles, of deciding who they're actually going to interview. There was the lady that was, and from what I understand, you were at the rally in Elizabethton, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the 4th of July, I believe. So from what I understand, there was a woman there that was yelling at, her name is Tiara Gilmer. I believe that's her last name. She's a founder of the New Panthers Initiative. She actually, that whole story blew up. She had live video of this woman in a orange UT shirt calling her, a saying all these vulgar comments to her. And what Johnson City Press or WJHL, one of the two or both of them, decided to do was interview the woman who ended up losing her job. And her apology on it was, I didn't know that she was a kid. I thought she was an adult. And the whole argument about it, like the fact that she was underage was the reason that she was apologizing, not for what she said, but because she didn't know she was an adult. She said all lives matter, white lives are better. No apology there either on any of those fronts. So I thought it was interesting that they chose to interview her about it rather than really dive into what the actual issue is there locally, which is definitely racism that stems from years and years and years and years and years. I mean, we all know that in that region, in that area, that it is a problem. So the fact that they didn't list you on there, I don't know. I feel like it's not a surprising thing because you are the only Democratic candidate for that district as well. Am I correct? Yeah.
Which I'm not saying that they slighted me because of who I am, because I'm not gonna, but I don't hide the fact that my policies are more towards the progressive side. They lean pretty far left, and I'm pretty. I talk about it a lot on social media. I don't try to hide behind it. So that's what made me question that in the first place.
Yeah, Johnson City is pretty progressive. Carter County, surprisingly, if you look back in 2016, Bernie Sanders won the primary in Carter County, which so it's not that it's not possible for a Democrat to run on a platform that can be supported by people in Carter County and people in Unicoi County. But when a local newspaper doesn't actually list you as a candidate, how do these people know that you're someone that they can vote for, right? If you're not listed, they're gonna be like, oh, it's all these Republicans. I'm just gonna go into the ballot box and I'm just gonna check off a name I don't even know who it is, right? Or I'm gonna check off the incumbent because I've heard his name for so long. Like, let's just go with whatever. This is all I know. So yeah, I think that it was a shame that they didn't include you, which is again the reason why I wanted to have you come on here. Also, I know that you had mentioned something to me about talking about the Tennessee Young Democrats, right? So this is an organization that you're part of. Could you give a little bit of an explanation about what that is, what that organization does, how you're involved with them?
Yes, I had reached out the national, the state chapter is called the Tennessee Young Democrats, for those that don't know. And I had someone reach out to me who's part of the Tennessee Young Democrats. And it was actually the president of the Johnson City Young Democrats. And we had expressed interest in wanting to start a chapter here in Carter County. And basically what that group's about, they specialize, they want to recruit kids that are in college, in high school, in the workplace, and they want to educate kids on the political process, which was something, going into this, there were things that I didn't know that I actually learned through them. So basically they take kids, they teach them the political process, they get them involved, they just all around, they get them excited about it. They get them excited about tackling the issues. And I felt like we needed that presence here in Carter County.
Yeah, absolutely. When you say kids, do you mean that they're reaching out to doing youth group type style reach outs, or what kind of age group are they looking at? And the reason I ask that is because I just feel like we should be having more conversations with kids, not trying to maybe influence them politically, even if they don't believe in some of the things or platforms that Democrats have, just getting kids to be knowledgeable and educated about the political system itself. Because, yes, we talk about, all the different branches of the government when you're in school. We don't talk about politics quite like I feel like it should be, in an unbiased way, so that kids can understand what they're getting into when they turn of the age where they can actually vote. Right.
Well, I know one stipulation to be in the Young Democrats, you have to be between the ages of 14 and 35.
Okay. All right. So they're going down there where at 14, I feel like you could understand the concepts of what a platform is and how it might affect your community and all that. So that's great. I love that. Do you know, do they have a website that I can link to listeners whenever I can put it in the comments. I can even link it to our page whenever the feed is posted. Do you know if they have a website?
Yeah, it's just you can look up Tennessee Young Democrats. I don't know the exact name of the website. It may just be that.
Yeah, I think there is the Tennessee Young Democrats on Facebook. There's also Young Democrats of America in Tennessee. I'm not sure if they're the same, but yeah, if anybody wants to look that up, Tennessee Young Democrats is listed on Facebook. They might have like I said, they might have a link to their website directly on the page. But I know that I thought I had everything pulled up than I needed to before, because when we're streaming through two different systems, it runs a little slow, just a little bit.
That's all right.
But yeah, if anybody's interested in looking into that and trying to get involved, if they want to get their children involved in something like that, just to get them more exposed to politics itself, Tennessee Young Democrats on Facebook would be the place to go and look there.
Yes, and sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, you're fine. There's a lag. It's okay.
for all the listeners that live in Carter County, we need 10 to 15 members to charter a new chapter. And right now we've got 3. So we're definitely looking for people.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. I mean, and there's people that out there too, they probably just don't know about it. So hopefully this word will get out. So maybe y'all need 8 to 12 more, 7 to 12 more people to join, so you can open up your own chapter in Carter County. Awesome. Well, then that's it, guys. Just, folks, if you live in Carter County in Elizabeth and you want to get more involved in politics in your region, reach out to Bobby Harrell and get involved with that, so that you guys can open up a chapter in that area, because I really do think that it could have a lot of push and pull in Carter County, again, especially with Bernie Sanders having won the primary there, which I did vote for when I lived in Carter County in 2016. So I followed it very closely, and I know as well you are an avid Bernie Sanders supporter as well. I know I listened to your video quite a few times, because I wanted to go back through and get a bunch of notes down about your platform. But I remember that stuck out to me. Also, some things that stuck out to me were that, talking about participatory democracy. Can you kind of expand on what that means to you? How do you want to see that enacted and like in action in your community?
Yeah, absolutely. I got to notice, and you can see, like on C-SPAN, which is at a national level, or you look at live videos of them at the state level. They go in a room and a group of men, they make a decision, and I would say that 90% of the public are not informed about what they talked about or how they reached that decision. So to me, participatory democracy would be like, if I was elected and I knew I was about to vote on a bill, I would want to hold town halls across my district and discuss it with the public. Or like, if they know that they're about to pass a law that might affect the African-American community, what they need to do is go to the African-American community and say, hey, this is what we're trying to do. How can we make it better? Or should we do it at all? The same with the LGBTQ community. Same with, women, men, anybody, workers, anybody that it affects. The public needs to know every step of the way what's going on.
Yeah, I agree with that completely, 100%. I think that it's really important for the community to be involved. I will say this, and some people tell me I'm crazy, I'm an avid C-SPAN follower. I watch it constantly when I'm back in the States, and I have been a little busy here while I've been in Germany, but I watch that, and there's some things, like, I've seen some crazy things on there. I'm like, what? I had no idea that this was even something that we were remotely talking about. I remember years ago, there was a C-SPAN, and it was like a military dinner meeting where they were talking about, oh my God, they're talking about soldiers and having them be cyborgs, essentially, like implanting chips. There's like all these people at these really nice tables eating their whatever, cordon bleu, and they're talking about putting like computers. And I mean, I'm not against all that. I'm like, I think that's the way that we might be evolving at this point. But like, I was just like, how this is like what any great conspiracy theorist would love to have caught that. Unless they were investigating that specific topic, they probably had no clue that was on there. And I mean, the same rules apply to locally and in the state. I mean, there are streams for state legislator and local governments as well, especially with COVID now. They're all streaming these meetings. And I think that the whole idea about the town hall meeting, that's something that needs to be brought back, and not just around the time that elections are coming. Because that's when, Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren is going to hold the town hall meeting. Well, we need to be doing that all the time. We need to be expecting that our politicians are actually coming out and talking with the communities that they are supposed to be representing, and making sure, that they are having a decent opportunity to make a living, to live in a safe environment, and to be involved in what's going on. Because I hear a lot of people talk about, maybe you should have voted on this. Maybe if you wanted to hear this, or write a letter to your congressman. But that's the thing. It's a lot of these laws and a lot of the changes to legislation go on behind closed doors.
Right.
And I think that that's something that needs to be changed. And going about it with what you're talking about, holding town hall meetings when there's really big legislature that's trying to move through in the state that you're involved in, having a meeting with those people in your community to see what they think, right?
Right.
Because the most aware and the most intelligent and the most knowledgeable voices are those that are out there in the front lines, which is our working class community. And to be able to have those kinds of conversations with them, I think would be really important to getting people involved, and also having them have a hand in what is going on with legislator in their community, so that they can be a part of that change. So I absolutely love that. And then also, one other thing that I know you mentioned a few times, depending on especially when you were talking about specific parts of your platform, about how the system is rigged against you. The system is rigged against you, and maybe talking about that in a broader sense of you, of us. The system is rigged against us. And what would you say that, like, how does that, what parts of the system do you feel are most rigged against us, and cause for us not to be able to be successful in whatever realm that we're trying to be successful in?
First of all, the wage that we're paid as workers, they keep us at a minimum wage. I've noticed there was talks. I remember way back when I was in high school, there was talks to raise Tennessee's minimum wage to $10 an hour gradually. That never happened. So people are forced to. A lot of times, people are forced to take minimum wage jobs, and then they can't afford to live in a house, so that they're either forced to work 2 jobs to pay the rent, or they're forced to get government housing. Well, that puts them in a whole new form of not being able to get ahead, because if you try to work while you're in government housing, they're going to raise that to you can't afford that either.
Right. Yeah. It just seems like it's, trickle down baggage for your average American, where there's so many systems in place that might seem like they're there for us to find success in our lives and in our careers, in our communities. But in the end, it ends up being that all of these small things that might seem small when looked at individually, but when you put them all together as a whole, because they're all interconnected, you see that it very much bogs down people's abilities to be successful. And I think that that's a great place to start when it comes to talking about kind of your platform. So you said, you were just talking about minimum wage. There's quite a few things I want to talk to you about with your platform. One of them specifically, what you're just talking about, we want to support workers, right? So from what I understand, that's part of your platform. Could you kind of go into what that means? How in your position as the state house representative for your district, how are you going to be able to do that for your community specifically? Because as you even pointed out in the video that you posted on your page, there's only it's not that the job is not important, but there's only so much you can do for your region, because it's a regional position. So I just want listeners to be able to know where you stand on with that, with when it comes to supporting workers in your area.
As far as workers go, priority for me right off the bat is to make it easy for workers to form unions all the way across the board, because in this state, we're a right to work state, and I know the majority of states are classified as right to work states now, but nothing is going to be possible for workers. We're not going to get a raise in pay. They're not going to give us that. If they do, it'll be pennies on the dollar. We're not going to get the insurance that we need. We're not going to get anything. So the very first step would be to help create workers unions. And I'm talking not just factories, talking fast food unions. You know, I want to see a McDonald's union out there. I want to see a Hardee's union.
Absolutely. I completely agree. I love that. Unions are important. And then one thing I do want to clarify for some people, I completely support unions, but when a lot of people think about unions, especially now with the current climate, with police brutality, all that, when we look and we start to examine and pick apart why a lot of officers are getting away with some of the stuff that they're doing, it's because of the protections that they have with the police unions that they're a part of. And I want people to understand that that is a totally separate entity from what workers unions actually look like. If let's say you have a workers union for a bunch of people working at a fast food joint, they're not going to be getting let's say they go in there and they accidentally, maybe we can't prove it was an accident, they poisoned somebody. The union's going to not protect them in a way to where they can get away with murder, right? They're not going to let them get away with that. It's not going to protect them from a faulty action that they have actually done. So I want everybody to understand that too. So basically, police unions need to be completely revamped. But as far as workers unions go, what real unions look like, those are going to be incredibly helpful for people to be able to go to bat for the employees within that union for better wages, better working environments, all of that kind of stuff. So
basically, for those that don't know and need to explain, I was part of a union at one time, and basically that doesn't mean that workers will get away with whatever they want to, like you just stated. Basically, what will happen is if your supervisor accuses you of something, all a union does is give you it gives you a fair trial, the same that we give to anybody who commits a crime in the United States. It gives you a fair trial within the workplace. You have representation, and they'll hear your case. That's how that works.
Right.
But it's interesting. You asked me what I would do as a representative for the workers. The thing is, I want to give the power to the people in that aspect. I want the workers to realize how much power they actually have. I would actually just serve as a figurehead for the workers movement in Tennessee. Once they realize that, we can create unions that are represented not by corporations, not by nameless faces, but by the actual workers themselves.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the intent of having a union. So I agree. I think that's really important. Also, I know that you had mentioned about removal of the right to work state laws that we have as well. And do you know, is that something that we can do regionally, or is that something, because it is a right to work state?
Right.
So would that be something that you would just be able to advocate for, or is it something that we can actually make a change to in the region for the 4th district in Tennessee?
Out of all my platforms, I think that one would be the biggest fight. If I was the only one in our state government that wanted it, it wouldn't happen. The only way that would be possible is if we have like-minded people who control the state and the Senate. That would be the only way to pass something like that.
Right. And, this is something I've always talked about. And when it comes to people getting involved in politics, that I think it's really important. And I think that we tend to get sidetracked when it comes to getting involved in politics, because we focus on what most of the time we're like, we need to make sure we vote for the president. And that is definitely an important thing. Everybody should be voting and participating in that. I personally believe that voting is a right and a responsibility as every citizen, and we should have automatic registrations. It should be part of your responsibilities living in the United States. But besides that, we talk about voting for the president all the time, but what about if we don't have control over the House and we don't have control over the Senate? There's not a whole lot that we can do. The president can only really do so much. Yes, he has a lot of power, or she has a lot of power, but we need to start picking at the low-hanging fruit. That's right. Kind of what my thing is. So maybe there might not be as many people that we would like to be in our region supporting the removal of the right to work state laws. But when we start from the bottom up, we can start rebuilding a foundation that we want to, and all the more reason for people to get involved in voting locally, and for their Tennessee State House representatives in their region. I think that's super important. So I can see where you're coming from on that, where you might not have enough people, but I think that it is a really important fight to continue to fight for, and also educate people on those laws itself. Because when you look at it, right to work states, that sounds pretty good if you don't know what you're talking about, right? If people don't know what you're talking about, then right to work sounds great. Yeah, of course I have a right to work. But a lot of people don't even understand what a right to work state means. Could you maybe explain what that actually means? What does that mean to be a right? Because Tennessee is a right to work state. So could you explain what that actually means to people that are listening into the podcast?
Right. Basically, in the simplest terms, that means if you work, you're allowed to quit without giving a reason. You can just up and walk out the door. You don't have to give a reason. And but contrary to what the name means, that means your employer can fire you without giving a reason also.
Right. Exactly. And I think that's the thing, that's the thing that people don't understand, is that somebody just can fire you, any day they want to, no explanation. There's definitely opportunities or times where people might feel like the reason that they lost their job was due to discrimination. And that might be one of the only ways for somebody to right the wrong of getting let go from a position in a right to work state. But it's also something that's really hard to prove as well. Like that, if somebody was fired because of the color of their skin or their gender association, they can't. It's almost impossible to do. So the power is in the hands of the company and of the business owners, not in the hands of the employees. So I think that it's really important that we do work towards removing those right to work laws, especially here in Tennessee. And again, I really hope that people that have never heard of that before would do some research on it from after listening to this, because a lot of people, especially if they either haven't been in the workforce in a long time, never even been in the workforce, they might not even know that exists. So I think that that's really important, and I'm really glad that you're willing to fight for that, even if it's something that's going to take some time. You also talked about introducing legislation to increase the minimum wage. We talked about that. Is that similar to the right to work state, to where is that something that we can do in the region, or is that more state-based type legislation as well?
I definitely think we can increase minimum wage by the reason, but I think if I had support for that and I was to pass a law for that, it would be implemented statewide.
Yeah.
If you could give a strong enough argument.
Yeah. No, I think that it is a possibility. I just, again, I'm pretty well versed in politics. Legislation I don't know a whole lot about, so my biggest thing is I love having conversations with people to where I find myself getting educated. That is, what is a conversation unless you're learning something new and growing and giving yourself the opportunity to, expose yourself and to new ideas about things or things that you never even knew. So I'm always, if somebody asks me, like, I would say that don't come to me for politics, but I do know a little bit, but not all of that stuff. I don't know everything. So I'm glad that you were a little bit more well versed in that. There was another thing too that you had talked about, talking about the universal basic income. This was something that I guess, first of all, give me your opinion on that. What is, you said UBI for specific circumstances, and if you could just maybe expand on that a little bit for everybody so I can understand as well.
Right. Well, first of all, I I had never really liked the ideal of universal basic income. So I don't like to talk off the top of my head. I never researched it as strongly as I needed to. But when I did my last video where I announced my platforms, I talked about the fact that I didn't really support it. And there were people that knew more about it that chimed in and they said, hey, you know, we need this. They told me the areas where it would be beneficial, like with people with disabilities who can't work, you know, even if we raise minimum wage, they still won't receive an income. So I feel like in those specific hardship cases, I feel like it would be good. So they kind of changed my opinion on it.
Yeah, I would agree. I definitely love the fact that you're actually considering it and you're learning more about it. Again, I don't know if the UBI is something that we could even enact regionally. Again, like you said, you know, as long as we continue to educate ourselves on things and get to know more about it, then we can start to fight for those things that we do support. I'm actually a big advocate of UBI. I think that there's a narrative that is discussed around people that are of the opposing side of the universal basic income for citizens of the United States. But it's all based on what we assume to be the normal way things should go, and this capitalist society that we live in. And if you pay any attention at all to who's benefiting from the capitalist society that we do live in now, you can see that it's definitely not you, and it's definitely not me, and it's definitely not anybody I know. For the majority of the people that I know, and that's quite a few people. So the arguments against it are usually based on, well, this is going to screw up this system, this is going to be that, but that's because we're looking at it through the lens of what we see as normal now. But normal now needs to have a revamp. It needs a facelift. I don't even know if normal now could even survive or a facelift. I think that a whole destruction and reconstruction of what we expect from society as citizens of the United States, I think that it needs to be completely reworked and rethought, because you know, the fact that we're trying to look at things like I said, through that lens that we are just familiar with, it tends for people to be able to control a narrative about these laws that could possibly come into play, like the UBI, because they want people to think that it's going to screw everybody up, when really all it is the people at the top that are not going to be making as much money. Because where's that going to come from? It's going to come from taxes. It's going to come from taxing the rich, and they don't want that. But you know, I would agree with you too. Maybe Andrew Yang knows more about UBI than we do. Of course, I'm sure he does. It's part of his platform.
My only argument against it, which, like I said, I haven't researched it as much as I should have by now, but my only argument against it was, right now in Tennessee, we have a broken healthcare system that nobody can afford. You know, I walk to my mailbox, I'm almost guaranteed there's at least 2 medical bills in there.
Oh, surely.
We have a broken education system. We have child care that working mothers can't afford, so they're not able to go back to work. So the thought of the government giving us $1,200 a month, that does, to me, I know this is the wrong thing to say, but it's the only way I can describe it. That's like putting a Band-Aid on a broken system, because that doesn't fix the problems we already have. And we're just going to pump that extra money into healthcare and education and childcare anyway.
Sure. But, I can understand where you're coming from with that. Like, talking about where we're reallocating funds for things. I think that, and I feel like there's a way to do it. The United States is so rich, whether it be rich in the citizens that have money, or rich as a country in general because of trade and so forth. We have a lot of money. Okay. And a lot of it, you can even go back and look into where there's been problems with, like, the Pentagon losing billions of dollars. We don't know where they are. And, you know, with the way that the news cycle is, you hear about that once and you're like, holy shit, what the hell is that? And then something else crazy, even more holy shittery, comes on, and you just forget about that. So I remember reading about it. I remember reading multiple articles about it when it happened, but then something crazier just happened. And so, you know, this stuff is happening all of the time, though, right? It's not just happening whenever whenever we hear about it.
Which I know Tennessee itself, you know, our state government has a fund from the federal government that's about $732 billion. Now, I don't know what all areas they're allowed to spend that funding on, but I know there's probably around $732 billion right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
And we don't know what it's for.
Right. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
no, you're fine. Go ahead.
I just been told I left the lights on in my car, so I'm gonna have to turn them off real quick.
Go get them.
We're
You're good. You're doing great. Yeah. Go ahead, get your lights. You don't want your battery to die. You need to be able to drive to work tomorrow or whatever.
We're injecting some realism into this.
I love it. Yeah, go on. Bobby will be right back. He's got to go make sure his car is working tomorrow morning and doesn't let that battery die. While he's doing that, I'm going to take a quick break too. We'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back.
All right. Awesome. Welcome back.
I'm pretty sorry about that, guys.
No, not a problem. That happens sometimes. We got to make sure that we don't want your car dying there. Always want to make sure we step aside when we need to. All right, let me get my video back on here.
Okay.
Okay, cool. All right, awesome, cool.
All right, guys, that's a strong example of a community working together. I actually had neighbors who texted me and let me know that.
There you go. You got good people living around you. We all have good people living around us. It's just we don't know that until we talk to them, right?
Right.
Exactly it. We don't know until we have those conversations with the people around us.
What we were just talking about, about how our state government has funding that they choose not to use. The interesting thing, I don't mean to veer off into another topic.
No, you're fine. Please, I love tangents. Go on.
Oh, I love it. Anything I say is going to go off on a tangent. On the subject of expanding Medicaid, this is something, if we expanded Medicaid statewide, at least 100,000 more citizens would be covered, which would be fantastic. Earlier this year, around February, the governor, Bill Lee of Tennessee, had issued a statement saying that he wanted to enact an executive order to expand Medicaid, which would mean that.
Oh, well, that's good. That's remarkable coming from him.
Right. It's surprising, but don't get excited just yet. That tells me that he knows we had the funding for it.
Right.
But like a month later, he came out and said, "Well, no, let's just take a vote on it. We'll take a vote." He said it would be a burden to the taxpayers, and not expanding Medicaid is a burden to the taxpayers. That's where we're spending.
Yeah, which burden are we talking about here? People going into excessive amounts of debt because of medical bills that are completely outrageous. That I don't know a single person, maybe one or two, and I'm sure that they'll tell me, "Oh, well, that's me." Hello, one. I don't know a single person, honestly, in my life, especially my close circle of friends, that doesn't have a medical bill on their credit score.
Every day I'm afraid to walk to my mailbox, and I'm sure everybody else is as well.
I'm afraid to check my credit score. What do you
I don't want to look. I don't want
to. Yeah.
I don't want to look at my credit score. Which
no.
Bill Lee, the governor, man, Bill Lee, he blows my mind. Do you know about his company?
Bill Lee's company? No.
Yes.
Do you educate me on that?
It's an HVAC company. Basically, when a new business opens, or periodically, his company goes in and inspects the units and inspects the heat and air, make sure everything's up to code. And to me, that explains why he's the main one pushing for businesses to reopen, because who's going to make the most profit off that?
Right, him. Right, it's all self-serving crap, is what it is. It's self-serving crap. Right. And if people are actually paying attention to it, they'll know. But again, that's the reason, like I said, why it's really important that we have these discussions about this stuff. And again, like you said, with him actually trying to do an executive order to expand Medicaid, he knew that we had the ability to do it. We had the funds to do it. Hell, the federal government had billions of trillions of dollars to send every taxpayer $1,200 plus 66, or was it 500? I think they were trying to do 600 this next go around, if that even happens. 500 for each child in the family. So, and again, that money's our money. That's where that money comes from. Where else is it coming from? That is where that money comes from. I think it's so funny too when people are like, "Oh, Donald, that was Trump sent us money." I was like, "No, that was our money. That belonged to us this whole entire time. We just didn't know how much money we actually had."
that blows my mind, because every time Bernie Sanders talks, the first thing people say, the first argument is, "How are we going to pay for it?"
Oh my God, that is the most asinine question that anybody could ever ask. I don't understand that. What do you mean? How are we going to pay for it? We will pay for it with our taxes. We have plenty of taxes to go to bullshit already. Like, what makes you think that we can't reallocate that shit? Like, I mean, same thing with, and we'll get into the conversation about this whole topic later. The defunding of the police, or reforming the police, or abolishing the police. People are like, well, my husband is a police officer and he only makes $23 an hour, or $23,000 a year. It's like, that is not representative of the amount of money that goes to the police force. Right. I'm sorry that your husband gets paid that much, but it doesn't mean that the police, whatever place that he works at, doesn't have the ability to pay him more. They just choose to allocate that money to other things that he shouldn't be allocating that money to. So yeah, when people are like, "How are you going to pay for that?" I was like,
The biggest trick of capitalism. The biggest trick of capitalism is getting people to divert their anger to where it doesn't need to be. To me.
Oh yeah, there is this whole culture that is trying, this narrative that each side does, okay, and the media helps to perpetuate and propagate all of this, is that it's one or two sides, right? We're supposed to be fighting against each other. I need you on my side. I need you on my side. Whatever. That's the way that we're able to keep people from actually having real conversations and really educating themselves about it, because there's that identity politics which we see, especially right now. And this is not intended to discredit a lot of the people that support the Republican Party or Donald Trump. But if you look at it, I mean, it's textbook identity politics, right? And people are not willing to, and they don't want to educate themselves about real legislation. They're gonna get their political views from a meme they saw on Twitter or Facebook, right? People don't really, they've lost that drive and that sense of like self responsibility in their communities, to where they're just like, and social media is also to blame for that. I will say that, even though we're definitely taking advantage of it right now. However, I do believe that we propagate that stuff as well. And that causes for everybody to feel like they should be angry with somebody. They have to disagree with someone. And I think that that's a big problem that needs to be addressed. And we need to get away from that whole mentality of, I'm against you, or this is, people need to sit down and actually have conversations about those kinds of things.
Right. Listen, I disagree with most conservative politics, at least most of the big main ones. but I could sit in a room full of Republicans and have a civil conversation about anything. We don't have to agree on it, but I can discuss it easy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of people get disheartened when they have conversations with people that have different opposing political views, because I don't know. I've had my mind changed about certain things before in the past, especially when it comes to and we'll talk about this too, the Second Amendment rights. There's some things that I used to be a big advocate for when it comes to gun rights and so forth. That after I've done my research, I've investigated a lot of things about it, and I've talked to a lot of people that had opposing views than I did, and I came to realize that there was a different way of looking at things. Right. And that's really those conversations have got to be happening more often than they are right now in the United States. So again, like you said, that's the whole. You were able to change your mind about some things with UBI because you were educated about stuff because you didn't know. That's really important. And one thing I did want to mention is just to bring in a personal touch and note on you. You said that you could sit in a room with a bunch of conservatives or Republicans and have a conversation with them, people you don't agree with. I know that you had told me that you grew up in a conservative household, correct?
Right.
So what was that like? What was your childhood like? What was that experience like when you were growing up? And how did it change over to what it is now, your political standpoint?
I would say for this area in Carter County, my childhood was about like probably everybody else's,
Right.
I grew up, my grandparents made sure to take me to church every Sunday and Wednesday. My papa, he was a deacon at the church, then was an elder. So I was always there. I was always involved somehow. And my family was fiercely conservative. So I grew up, hearing all the conservative talking points. And the ones, the whole identity politics that you mentioned. I grew up.
Plus a little sprinkle of evangelical Christianity.
Yeah, I guess it's a good place to tell my personal story. I don't want to say now, I grew up, I'm going to be 32 in January. And I would say for the first 28 years of my life, I was fiercely conservative. I held that belief, not because I literally believed it with every cell in my body, but just because I was raised in that environment. I wasn't exposed to anything else. I grew up with homophobia because all I've ever heard was, that's wrong. You grow up in the church atmosphere, you hear, oh, that's wrong, it's against the Bible. So it gets beat in your head. I grew up with transphobia. When they first introduced the transgender bathroom law, I was one of the ones who laughed at it, not because I was severely transphobic, but because I didn't know any better. I guess I was uneducated on the subject. I've never been a racist, homophobic, transphobic person, but I've never been educated on the topics. In 2016, when they were having the Black Lives Matter protest, I didn't know what it was all about, so I didn't support it 100%. And then, about the time I was 29, I don't care to say, I was seeing a girl, it's my girlfriend at the time, and she was a strong, she's a strong Bernie Sanders supporter.
Right.
And she would always talk to me about him, and I didn't know nothing about the man. This past election, I didn't know nothing about the man. I didn't know any of his platforms, any of his policies. So she says, "Hey, I got a book I want you to read," and I show that off. It's this book right here.
Yes,
Bernie Sanders' Guide to Political Revolution.
Yes.
And I had read it, and even after I had read it, I thought, he's got some good ideals, but I don't really know. I'm not very political. It's just, it was extremely to the far left of everything that I grew up around. So it was a big culture shock.
Oh, it's a complete turnaround, which is crazy though, because the community you grew up in Carter County and in Elizabeth, and they would be some of the most beneficial. They would be one of the biggest benefactors of a lot of the legislation that Bernie Sanders and his platform is all about. So it's just crazy. It's just crazy to me that they're like, no.
But after I had read that book, I decided, I didn't like Trump. No matter how conservative I was, I did not like Trump at all.
I think that you're not the only one. I think that a lot of people that, and polls show it. If you look back at the election and polls that they did right before the election in 2016, a lot people hated Hillary. They hated Hillary. They hated the Clinton institution, all of that. They hated it. And they were going to vote for anybody but Hillary. And when the DNC stole the ability to run as a Democratic candidate from Bernie, people were fed up and they were like, we want something different. And Bernie was something different and Trump was something different. So a lot of people were like, you know what? I'm a never Hillary type person. And they would vote, they voted for Trump. So a lot of the votes, Bernie Sanders could have won the election in 2016, but he was never given the opportunity to, because the Democratic Party and the media themselves, they either didn't talk about him, or when they did talk about him, it was all negative press. It was all negative press. And so that's, we got what we asked for, right? We got something different. How do y'all feel about that now?
Well, that was the thing with me. I was completely against Trump winning. Like, I did not want him to win at all. And even though I didn't know much about Bernie, I thought, I got to help him win. It doesn't even matter who he is at this point. I got to help him win. So I had decided that I want to put together a fundraiser for Bernie. So I planned around November of last year, I planned this big music fundraiser in Johnson City at the Main Street Theater. And in the process of finding guest speakers for the event and finding musicians, I met a wonderful group of people. I went around talking with people. I went around talking with people to get going. I spoke with members of the African American community. I spoke with members of the LGBTQ community, and I spoke with other Bernie supporters, and they started telling me their personal stories and telling me why Bernie means so much to them. And it was at this time I really started studying him. I thought, man, all these things that you guys are going through, the LGBTQ community, I didn't realize the abuse that they were going through just for, being themselves. I didn't realize
that. Too, in the region that you live in and grew up in, there were plenty of people from the LGBTQAI community. There are plenty of people that you probably knew when you were growing up that were trans, gay, homosexual, whatever. But in that region, you could literally get beat up and possibly killed. I mean, for having that life, that expression of your life, being that in Carter County, right? I mean, and the same for people of color, Black, Indigenous people of color. A lot of them there's not a lot of them in the region, so it's almost like two opposing sides but the same coin, right? So you got plenty of people, and of course we live in the Bible Belt, and it's funny that, I mean, it's actually horrific. I guess I love dark humor. But the fact that we live in the Bible Belt, there's so many people that actually do live that lifestyle here, but it's like it's so frowned upon in dangerous ways for people parts of that are a part of that community, that they never come out until they're actually able to escape the clutches of that sort of toxic community that's there in a sense of, and I'm not speaking per se about Carter County and Elizabeth being a toxic community overall. I definitely believe there's lots of social issues that need to be addressed in that area, but there's a lot of good people that live there too, and those good people, a lot of them are part of that LGBT community. All of that.
I'm glad you said that. That is, political reasons aside, that is one of the main reasons I chose to run for seat of State House of Representatives. I don't think that someone who's part of the LGBTQAI community should be afraid to come out to the public just because they love who they love. I don't think people in the African American community should be afraid to walk down the street just because of the color of their skin. So I want to help create a safe space within the entire state, essentially. Nobody should be afraid of anything. And, I do want to add, I do identify as atheist now. I hate to say it, but, in the LGBTQ community, you see their stories on the news, you see African Americans on the news with Black Lives Matter, and the people who proclaim to be Christian, just the awful things that they're saying towards them, that drove me to atheism. And I hate to say that, but it did.
Right. No, I can understand that. One thing, and that was something I did want to talk with you about. I'm not an atheist. I'm an agnostic. I don't know. I don't
Right.
know anything. I can't claim to prove. How could I prove something is nothing? I can't really claim to know any of that stuff. So, but at one point I did lean more towards the atheist side. But again, we have to look at, I think that some people might argue, well, this is the same way that you talk about police as you are talking about Christians. Well, I don't agree with that. But what my thing is, I know that you talked about your religious beliefs in your my feed on your page, and I grew up in a Christian home as well. My dad's father was a pastor in our church. My dad was a deacon at a non-denominational church in Johnson City. And I grew up living that lifestyle and living in that culture. And, I got to be, when I became older, I realized it was just something that I didn't agree with. There's a lot of things that I questioned about it. And I didn't think that I could ever have. I don't have the answers. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe we're living on a planet where we've been curated and procured to be the fuel for some alien species. Like, I don't know. Maybe they're what's referred to as God in the Bible. I don't know. But one thing that I think is really important, and I appreciate your passion, and I understand where you've gotten to where you are with your religious beliefs and your theological ideas. One thing that is really important, though, especially with living here in this region, is to make sure that we don't silo people off. So, because I know a bunch of great people that are devout Christians. I know people that are evangelical Christians that actually still also believe in the rights of other people, and they don't hate others because of the decisions that they make. They disagree with them for those decisions for themselves, but they don't actually pass judgment on other people. And I'm talking about people that I know in the Bible Belt, right? So I think that it's really important, especially if you want to get enough people to listen to what you're saying, because you've got a lot of great things to talk about. I would just say, me personally, you and I probably are in agreement with the religious things. Mine was different kind of conservative. My family is from Ohio, New York, and Florida, and so it was a different kind of culture. My family, I think I'm like fourth or fifth generation from Poland and Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, and they came to New York, went to Ohio, so they're Hoosiers, I guess you would say. But it was a different. The Bible Belt version of evangelical Christians didn't exist there, and it didn't exist in my family. Yes, there were some things, but there were some things that they had specific beliefs on, but we never talked about. We never really, I never remember anybody in my family making a racist comment. Even my parents' grandparents, or my parents' parents, and my parents' grandparents, my great grandmother on my dad's side, never heard anybody talk about racism. Nobody's talking about gay people in a negative light, and by putting them in a negative light. So I can only imagine what it was like to grow up in Elizabethton, Tennessee, with a family and a community that's conservative Christians, and how to go from that to atheism. Right? I can see the path. I see it. It's like a visual path. It's like a rainbow, kind of.
Well, it's the thing. This is a
conservative with a beautiful rainbow there.
This is a perfect time to add on to the participatory democracy that we discussed. I say that a few bad apples turn me atheist, but that's not to say that I want to judge every religious person based on the ones that I had encountered.
Right.
I want to be able to sit down and speak and hear from everyone. I want to be able to represent everybody. There's certain religious freedoms that are protected by law and by the Constitution, and I don't want them to think just because I'm an atheist that I would
You're going to dismantle all
wage
that.
war. Yeah, I'm not going to wage war against Christian people. I want to protect their rights just the same.
Right.
Right. Yeah, that's like the whole argument. People who are against abortion want everybody else to not be able to have an abortion. That's not the kind of representative I would want to be. No. I mean, there's people that believe different than I do.
There's got to be a separation of church and state. And even though atheism is, a belief of nothing, it's still, you could consider it a religion, right? Because it's a statement that you make about something that you believe. It's a belief system, right? And if you believe in the separation of church and state, then you believe that your atheism, your beliefs in your atheism beliefs should not affect any sort of decisions that you make in legislation.
Well,
so
see,
that's really important.
That's the one thing that really pisses me off about our current legislators. They use their own personal beliefs and opinions to enforce laws on everyone else. You know, I have things that, you know, are my convictions are important to me, things I believe in, but I'm not going to use deep personal feelings to pass laws that everybody hates. That destroys the whole idea of democracy.
Right. And nobody's asking, and nobody should be, not to say nobody is not asking, nobody should be asking politicians to put aside their moral compass. That's what makes a person a valuable and a responsible politician or a responsible representative of their community, is that they do have personal convictions, and that, you know, they're willing to take that, but also take into consideration that their community might have a different opinion than they do. And as you said, you find, I love the town hall meeting stuff. That's just like, I think it's great talking with your communities, making sure that you're doing what's best for what they want, regardless of what you believe per se, but still having that moral compass to be like, all right, well, if we have a bunch of people that are like, we want to become a sundown town again or whatever, and we're like, no, that's not a thing, we ain't doing that. We're looking at you, Erwin. No. But which is, by the way, there was a book written by this is something you were talking about when you were talking about the region you lived in. James W. Lowen, he wrote a book about, and he actually has like a website too where he talks about sundown towns. Are you familiar with what the sundown towns are? What a sundown town was? I
do not know.
So sundown towns were regions after slavery was abolished. There were communities that were attempting to keep out African Americans, sometimes other sects or other races like Chinese Americans, Jewish Americans, by force or law, or by vocalizing their beliefs about something. So, you know, some of them even had signs posted that said, you know, the N-word, don't let the sun go down on you in Erwin, right? Right. Or they would say that, and if a Black person was in their community or somebody that they were racist against, they would be like, they go to a gas station, somebody would say that to them, or like people had family members that would say that kind of stuff to them. There's been, Erwin was one of them. The guy has a whole database, sundown.tugelo.edu. But the author's name is James W. Lowen, Lewen. But he has a whole book about it, where he does a research on sundown towns, and it's crazy, but it was legal. It was so legal, and people did those things. But going back to the whole moral compass part, where you're like, you know, yes, you're going to hold town hall meetings. Yeah, if you hear people doing crazy stuff and asking for crazy things like that, we're going to be like, no, we're going to nip that in the bud real quick. That's not a thing that we want in our community. I need to talk to more people. Let's hold no town hall meeting. Let's bring everybody out. Like, you know, the people that are, if it's something that they really want done, if they're paying attention, they're going to come out. But there's probably plenty of other people that would not agree with that. So, you know, it's really important to continue to have those conversations. But yeah, that was a thing even in our region in East Tennessee that did that kind of stuff, which is crazy. But again, oh yeah, go ahead.
That's what I like about that. You know, we live in the age of social media, and you know the trolls on social media as well as I do. They get out.
Oh my God! Can you imagine people saying this stuff to each other's faces sometimes? I mean, you see it.
I'm saying, hey, if that's
what's extreme. Oh, go ahead.
Say, if that's what you strongly believe, I'm going to hold a town hall, and you can come preach your racism until you're blue in the face, but you're going to make people see you. You're going to meet these people face to face. You're going to meet these African American communities, and if you really feel that racist, then I dare you to say it to their face. You're going to hear the struggle they go through face to face. You're not going to hide behind a screen.
Yeah. I think that's super, super important. People, and again, like I said earlier about the problem with social media, and people try to say this about liberals all the time. These hiding behind your keyboard or a keyboard social justice warrior, whatever. But both sides do it. Both sides do it. I truly, honestly believe that there are people on both sides too that do it a lot, but they would be more than willing to actually talk to people if they actually had them in their community around them. If those people, like people in Carter County, when that rally happened on the 4th of July, that was probably the biggest gathering of Black and people of color ever to happen in Elizabethton. It's crazy, right? So they were just like, they felt threatened. They felt like their community was being violated. But why, right? Why? Because they keep seeing all these memes about how protesters for Black Lives Matter, they keep burning down buildings and they're looting and they're rioting. There's been no rioting or looting in Johnson City or in any of the protests associated with the New Generation Freedom Fighters or the New Panther Initiative. So none of that's happening. They're just looking at stuff that's happening in other regions when even it's already been shown when they've done investigations on the people that are rioting and burning shit down and looting, that it's people from outside of the organizations that have organized those protests and those rallies. They are not. There was even in Minneapolis, there was video of a guy that was like proven to be a police officer that was knocking out the glass windows of the AutoZone. Like there's bad actors. It's not even that there's bad actors within those established communities and those established organized events. It's that a lot of people that oppose it, they take advantage of, like, someone reminds me of like the incel community, if you want to call it even a community. They go out of their way to do crazy stuff to make everybody else around them look bad. That's exactly what happened. They take advantage of a situation. They're like, well, look at them, they're rioting, so let me take advantage of this situation and go break a couple windows and burn a couple buildings down, and never once step foot at a rally. They're just there when like the police come and start to bring a little bit more violence, sprinkle a little bit more violence on stuff. But yeah, that's what happened in Elizabethton was sad, but like you said, wanting people to talk about stuff in your community, there needs to be more open conversations between community members, especially in that region, because I don't think that they realize how many people of color that live there, or how many people that are from the LGBTQAI community, community. And I don't think that they realize how much damage that they're doing. I think that they've gotten to this whole, I don't trust the government. My vote means nothing. Anything that I do is, nobody listens to me, so I'm going to speak a bunch of nonsense because it's not going to make a difference anyways. And that ends up falling into a dangerous spiral of, people that don't feel like they need to have conversations anymore with people in their community.
Well, that's like I was saying in my last video. A lot of people, I can use myself as an example for this. A lot of people that you see will appear to be racist when in reality, they're just uneducated on the issues.
Right. Yeah. Oh my God. Education is big. Big. Education is so important. Please, people, read books. Please open a book. Stuff your nose in it. They smell good. Read a book. Like I said, there's that Sundown Towns, a hidden dimension of American racism. You got the Bernie Sanders book. It's a guide to, is it Political Revolution is the name of it? Is that what it is?
Yeah, Guide to Political Revolution here.
Yeah, by Bernie Sanders. Yes. Look, 2 books. Summer reading. Guess what, y'all?
Hey, I will recommend another book. I will recommend another book. This is, if anybody's listening has a chance to get a copy of it, it's written by Howard Zinn. It's called People's History of the United States.
You said People's History of the United States?
Yes, it's basically, I will say, if you're in elementary school or if you're in high school, you're not going to learn the true history of America. You're not going to learn true world history. You're probably not going to learn that. You're probably not going to learn that until
I wouldn't even say it's sugar-coated. It's I would feel, and it was like, oh man, I don't even know if that's the correct way to say that, but it was handpicked by a selection of individuals that want to make sure that it shows that we helped the Black community, we helped Africans move to the Americas so that they could, find a new life. Like, no, motherfucker, that is not what we did. We California. We snatched these beautiful people from their homes and made them into slaves. That's
Right.
the
Well,
reality of it.
it's interesting. I hear a lot of conservatives. They're angry that we are tearing down the Christopher Columbus
Oh,
statues.
cry me a river.
Yeah,
Whatever.
they're angry and
push them
like,
into the river. Push them into the lake. Into the harbor.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Coming from my past, I understand why they're angry because they don't know any better.
Right.
But they have never bothered to learn the true history of Columbus. I don't mean to get out of my lane, but just to give you an example, the Howard Zinn book, People's History of the United States, the very first page, he quotes a passage from Christopher Columbus's journal. And in the journal, Christopher Columbus said,
he
I'm
said
paraphrasing.
These people would make great slaves.
Yes. Christopher Columbus, the first thing he said,
awful.
I laid eyes on Native Americans and I knew that they would make great slaves. That was the very first thing.
White is superior. Like what the naming of colors of skin and the way that they are perceived now was created by the white man. Right. That's I don't believe that Africans called themselves black then. I don't know.
This is kind of out of my lane.
I need to be educated about.
Right. This is kind of out of my lane, but it affects our state. A lot of people have spoken out against refugees seeking asylum within our state. That's a big hot button issue. But here's the thing, you also learn in that book, and if you study other books, these refugees are created by American politics. Like how that would work.
You can look at what we've done you can look at what we've done in Venezuela, what we've done to Brazil, what we've done in Mexico, all those things. And also, if you look also at refugees coming from the Middle East, all of that is based on actions that we've done because we want to spread democracy.
Right. Well, that's what happens. You take a place like Venezuela, they get together and they actually democratically elect their leader, and he decides to help the community. And, they make the decision to nationalize their resources. And honestly, that pisses America off. So they send the CIA.
No. We get your oil. You included Iraq and Saudi Arabia. No. Yeah, we're going to take, we're the bully of the world, really, when it comes to international involvement in other countries' governments, other countries, our access to other countries' resources. We definitely are the bully of the world,
right.
And I think that's awful. But and Amber Riddle said, "Hi Amber, I know she's running for is she running for state Senate? She's running for state Senate. What district is she running for?
I know she's over Carter County and Johnson County, and I'm not completely sure about the other two districts, so I don't want to quote them. You may have to follow up with her.
I'm going to pull up her Facebook page. I meant to have her page pulled up too. It's going to take a minute to load. Hold on. I know. Fine. I saw her comments on your page. I didn't see the comments because I wasn't watching it live. But I did see. Did you have a heckler on your video? I didn't see the comments. Yeah. What did they say? Because I didn't see it.
Well, the heckler, which is a good time to bring this up. As I said, in my past, I was conservative and uneducated. And, I'm 32 now, but when I was 18, I had gotten a tattoo of the Confederate flag on my arm. And
I know that. I remember you. I wanted to bring that up too. So can you, how old were you when you got that tattoo? What made you want to go get that tattoo first?
I was 18, and I have no excuse other than the fact that I thought it looked cool. In the environment that I grew up in, I was of the belief that it was just history. I didn't exactly see the racist side of it because, like I said, I was not exposed to the African American.
You were surrounded by people that saw heritage, not hate, or maybe maybe the hate part didn't even come up, or heritage. It was just a represent. I mean, you saw it in Dukes of Hazzard. You saw it pinned up and even framed in local little mom and pop restaurants and stuff in the area. It was no big deal.
I definitely think the media is part of that. Like when you hear people screaming, "It's heritage, not hate," when they say that, I don't think the Civil War and the idea of slavery is even registered in their head. They're thinking about they're
thinking about the South.
They're thinking about like the Dukes of Hazzard.
Which people that don't understand and realize that East Tennessee specifically was rebelling against. They did not agree with what the Confederacy wanted to do. At Irwin, Unicoi, Johnson City, all of those areas there, they were opposed to it. They did not want that to become law. They did not. They rebelled against it. They did not want it to be a thing. And that's why I find it most laughable. And honestly, less. And again, like I said, I'm big on morbid comedy, dark humor. When I say laughable, I mean it like laughing with tears coming out of my eyes. Not because I'm laughing so hard, but because I can't decide whether it's so sad or it's so ridiculously funny that people just don't understand their history. Like, they don't. I was like, who in your family was a part of the Confederacy? No one. No one was. If you live in East Tennessee and your family's never left that area, that's where all of your grandparents, great-grandparents, whatever, they're all from there. None of them were ever a part of the Confederacy. And if they were sold into, they were kidnapped too. Blacks ended up fighting in the Confederacy as well. People of color ended up fighting in the Confederate, the Civil War. And white people that didn't want to do it, they were like kidnapped and told, hey, here's a gun, here's a uniform, do this thing, whatever. So, I get, there's that argument about people saying, I want to respect the dead. Okay, well, go and put flowers on their grave. Okay, we don't need to wave a flag that makes people feel pain, right? That's why we're in Germany right now. You can't fly a Nazi flag because guess what? They lost the war. I think there's one public like rally, not a rally thing. It's like a march that they do, and I don't know which part of Germany it is. But there's one where they're these Nazis, they're like new neo-Nazis. They have a rally, they have a march, and they're not allowed to say anything. They're not allowed to say like Heil Hitler. They're not allowed to say that kind of stuff. And they're not allowed, I don't think that they're not allowed to use the flag either. But it's just like when you see ultra conservatives going out like the Proud Boys and all that stuff. It's so that shit is so crazy to me. Like, why would somebody so there's some people that do want to that think they see this Confederate flag about Southern pride, things that they grew up with, but then there's other people that also pair it with Nazism and fascism and all of that. And those people, I'm just like, they really have to be uneducated to.
Well, here's the thing. I think it all has to do with that male masculinity complex, at least with the men. What I've seen is, even if you educate them, you say, listen, this was used during the civil rights movement. The KKK adopted the Confederate flag and used it as a symbol of fear against the African-American community. It was displayed when they would burn crosses. It was displayed when they would lynch the African-American people. But even when they know that, they feel that by rejecting the Confederate flag, they feel like they're giving up their manhood. They feel like they're getting soft.
Yeah, it's something that that falls into their ego, their identity. I wouldn't call it per se identity politics per se, but it is something about what they feel that they hold, and it's hard to let something go. Like when like I told you, I grew up in a Christian, non-denominational Christian household, and when I disavowed my Christian beliefs and I let go of all that, I felt guilty about it a lot, right? That's kind of part of it, though, right? That's kind of what's instilled in you, because you're always supposed to. It's a fearful God, a merciful God, but somebody you need to fear is an entity you need to fear. And then like when bad shit would happen to me, I'd be like, oh God, was that because I did that? And I feel like the same rules kind of would apply to people that let go of something like that, and they feel like they're letting go of a part of their identity. And I can understand why that can be difficult for a lot of people to let go of that. But I would agree that when you talked about education being a big problem when it comes to those people not understanding their history and not understanding why that was used. Why were those statues put up in the first place? You can look at when all those statues started to get put up of Robert E. Lee and all of the Confederate statues that got put up. They were done in the 60s and 50s, 60s, and 70s, right, when Jim Crow laws started to go away, and redlining started to crop up everywhere. It was intended to, and protests were going on all over the place for the civil rights movement. It was intended to remind our Black brothers and sisters that we're still here. We haven't forgotten, and we're going to make sure that you know it. And we're going to put these statues up here. Right. This is not about history. It was never about history, so we remember these people. It was to instill fear into people. This was not intended in any way to be a part of history, to be a learning experience. Who the fuck looks at a statue and says, I learned history today? Right. No one. Read a fucking book.
whenever people wave the Confederate flag and they say, I'm celebrating my heritage, my history, and I'm a proud hillbilly, the first thing I always say is, go study the Battle of Coal Creek. Are you familiar with that?
No, tell me. Maybe I sound familiar, but I'm not sure.
But I don't know the exact area. Basically, it was all across coal mining towns. A bunch of coal miners decided they wanted to unionize. They said, we're going to unionize for better quality
work. The real rednecks in West Virginia, where the redneck term came from?
Yeah, they said they wanted to unionize, and the federal government sent pretty much feds down to bust up all their unions, and a group of hillbillies, the coal miners, they got together to support the unions, and they fought back. And, they wore red handkerchiefs around their necks so that everybody would know who was supportive of the unions. That's the history we should be proud of. That's the hillbilly
West Virginia's coal history, the gold mine wars, talks about what it means to be a real redneck, right? And if you look at West Virginia too, they're a Democratic region.
There's actually a movement. I've met with them a few times. It's called Rednecks for Black Lives. It's a movement going on in the South.
Are they on the Facebook? On the Facebook. Yes. All right, Grandma. I'm going to have to find them. So you said Rednecks for Black Lives, right? Kind of like White Coats for Black Lives with the doctors that also showed solidarity. Hold on a second. I have to change. I'm so glad that we're having this conversation. But I will tell you, my AirPods are dying. So I'm going to have to switch headphones. So give me 1 second.
Yeah, you're fine.
Let's see here.
Sounds in my ear. I don't hear anything.
There you go.
All right, hold on. Let me connect my headphones now.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, hold on. Now you're cutting me in. Damn it all to hell.
Oh wait, now you're coming through. Yay!
All right, good. Now, while we're on the subject, like I said.
Oh, and by the way, I wanted to figure out really quick. It's called. I don't know if it wasn't Battle Creek. There was Battle Coal, which I'm pretty sure was in the Civil War. But if we're talking about the uprising of the coal miners in Virginia.
Yeah, this was it was a specific battle. It was the Battle of Coal Creek.
Oh, I think I put cold, like Battle of Blair Mountain was the largest labor uprising in the United States and the largest armed uprising since the American Civil War. Conflict occurred in Logan County, West Virginia, as part of the Coal War, as is a series of early 20th century labor disputes in Appalachia, which occurred in Coal Creek War happened in 1890s. Yes. Yeah, but continue to expand on that. Tell our listeners about what that was all about, in case they don't know what a true redneck is.
Well, basically, like we touched on, the coal miners in that region, pretty much, they had enough. All the workers got together. They decided, we need better wages. We need shorter hours. We need better treatment as coal miners. We control this country. So they just rose up and decided they were going to unionize, and the government sit feds down to bust up all their unions and started trying to arrest them, and they fought back. Basically, they didn't sit down. They fought back.
Hell no, y'all.
Hell yeah. And basically, where the definition redneck comes from, the ones who supported the unions, the workers, they wore red bandanas around their necks. That's where that term comes from.
Yeah, and they were really a revolutionary group. What the end results of that those coal wars were, I guess, in the end, what happened was it looks like the federal troops came in at some point, and they didn't want to lose a bunch of miners. The Bill Blizzard went home. They told people to start going home after that. Miners started actually being afraid that they were going to get jailed and get their guns confiscated. They were like hiding a bunch of their weapons. It looks like too, which is really kind of fucked up, is that after all of that was said and done, 985 miners were indicted for murder, conspiracy to commit murder, accessory to murder, treason against the state of West Virginia. Most of them were acquitted, but it looks like that they stood up for what they believed in, right? Because they knew that they were getting screwed. Also, the motherjones.com website, I don't know if you're familiar with that website. And I knew this, and this reminds me of that because I forget it sometimes. Mother Jones comes from this woman that was at a rally on August 7th in that time. I think that was in 1920. 1920 was when they started to investigate all of that. But 1920, August 1921, Mary Harris, Mother Jones, called on the miners not to march into Logan and Mingo counties and set up the union by force. Accused by some of her, she was there to just try to be not a naysayer. She really wanted to try to find a more effective way for them to get the point across of what they wanted. That's where Mother Jones comes from, which is a nice little trivia fact for y'all if you're listening. But no, I think it's great. I think people should educate themselves about that kind of stuff. I think that, and I want to get back to your platform too, especially since we're talking about education, where I think that it's really, the whole education system nationally needs to be revamped, maybe just like the police force needs to be revamped, maybe either revamped or broken completely down and started build it over again, because it's broken. And you can see how broken it is, especially with COVID-19 outbreak, okay, with the coronavirus issue. It's broken. It's totally broken. We live in a technological world. We should be prepared to teach in a technological world as well. And in a virtual classroom, nobody was prepared for that. Maybe there was a handful of teachers that were ready for that, but the majority of them were they were just throwing their hands up. They kind of had to, they couldn't teach new content or any sorts of new ideas to their students. They literally just had to continue to do retention teaching, right? My daughter, she was in 3rd grade last year, and she went to Westside Elementary in Elizabethton, right up the street from where her dad's house is, and they weren't really, they got into the Google Classroom environment, and they taught them a bunch of stuff that they just reviewed what they had already been going over, right? They weren't really ready to teach in that environment, and that should be a standard. I know that my daughter's dad, he just got his teaching license, teacher's license in Tennessee, and he had to go through a Google Classroom accreditation, right? A class that accredited him, and he got it like a piece of paper that said he was taught in that. And I think that's something that we really need to look at, because there's hopefully when all of this shit dies down, which I honestly don't really see it being done until middle to late next year, to be quite honest with you. I don't see I'm in Germany right now. I'm in Cologne, Germany. And and that's, where in the world am I? That's where I am right now. So we go out, I walked. It's so great. I can walk to the grocery store. My fiance, Robin, he was like, you got to make sure that, in Tennessee, I'll go to the grocery store like twice a month, right? I'll go and buy a bunch of shit and I'll bring it home. And I'll be like, this is what I'm going to make this week. This is what I'm going to make next week. I'll go back then when I need to go back. But now I could meal plan every single day and just literally walk like 100 meters, maybe 200 meters. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the metric system since I'm here, because that's how everything is based on. But I can walk right there and get that stuff. But when I go in there, I've walked halfway there. And it's not that far of a walk, but I've gotten there and I've left the mask. I left the mask in the car, or I left the mask in the house, and so I'll come back and get it. They won't let you in, and nobody's standing there throwing shit in the store, and nobody's thinking that it's okay to actually go into the store without one. They're like, oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot my mask. Let me go back and get it, and let us come back with it. And that even happened to us going to a store. We're like, people actually listen to scientists, and they're educated because they give a shit about education here. Like, it's crazy. And Donald Trump had said something about how schools need to go back in session in person, because look at Germany, they've done it. Yeah, but guess what else Germany did from the get-go? They wore fucking masks, and they stayed inside, and they tested people. That's what they did. Okay, so but that's the thing, because they care about their citizens, and they also, not only does the government care about the citizens care about each other. There is a sense of literal community, even if you don't agree with your neighbor or whatever. We got a neighbor that lives upstairs, and she's got a kid, and she bitches all the time when we play music past 10, and because that's actually something you can't do. Like, you could get in trouble for doing that if it's super loud and somebody doesn't like it. But because they ask, we turn it down. We're not gonna be like, fuck you.
Right.
Do whatever. We're like, fuck you, I'm not wearing this mask. No, we like I said, that happened to us. We were like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. We left him in the car, went back in, did our grocery shopping, no problem. And that's why people are able to go into the Greenbelt Park here in Germany. Like, we drove past this beautiful park in Cologne, and there was all these people there. All of them were there, and I was like looking at it, and I was like, and I still have it ingrained in my head that I'm in the States, right? My sleep schedule is all jacked, but like, I keep forgetting that I'm here, and I look, I'm like, oh my God, that's so many people gathered without masks on. I'm like, oh wait, this is a totally different reality that I'm in right now when I'm in this country, because they did things right, and they've had what, maybe, I think it's like 200 new cases a day, if even that. I think it's gone down from that. So they did it right. We're not doing it right there. And again, I think that has to do with people actually being educated about why science is important. It's like, I can, to be devil's advocate on that, some people talk about, back like 20 years ago, when you were in elementary school, middle school, high school, they were like, make sure you go to college so you don't have to work a trade job. You don't have to be a plumber. You don't have to be a garbage man. Hey, motherfucker, garbage men make a lot of money.
Yeah, damn it, I'm about to be a garbage man.
Benefit. Yeah, hell, me too. I'll be a garbage man. I'll be a garbage woman. But no, like, we put all this, we put all of this attention and stress about people going to college, when we forgot that technical schools and career education for those types of fields are good, right? So now everybody's in debt for college, which is bullshit. You know, back to talking about education with your platform, you talked about supporting education and expanding technical and career-based education centers for your community, which I don't think there's any question about that being something that you can do within your region, which I believe should be done.
Right.
There's one technical college in Elizabeth, and I believe, and isn't it for welding? I think is that, or I guess there might be other AC, HVAC, and all that stuff.
Yeah, the thing about them is there is a program to send you to technical college for free. You know, I forgot, the Tennessee Promise or something like that. I forgot what it was called, but you can attend a 2-year community college or technical college for free if you're a first-time student. But the biggest thing for me is college for adults. You know, when we think of college, we think of people just getting out of high school, people in their 20s, but we don't think, you know, it's not widely accepted that people in their 50s and 60s go to college, but that's a fact. And I think there needs to be
you can look at other fields of work. People, I mean, even like famous celebrities. I can't remember who it was, but plenty of them didn't get involved until later in their lives, and they didn't realize that was something they were passionate about. Yeah, but from what I understand, doesn't the state of Tennessee now, I think as of last year or the year before that, they enacted that law. They passed a law where adults could go to like Northeast State Community College for free. It wasn't that a thing? I don't know if it extended to trade schools, which definitely should, because we're about to see a gap in where people need to be trade trained. Because there's not enough people that did, because we had this whole big college education boom, and all these people were like, this is where the direction I need to go, because this is what all these boomers told me to go. And I love my boomer listeners. Here's the thing. That's a reality.
Here's the thing, where you have like a learning curve and an age gap that affects it. I went to trade school for free. You know, I had somebody show me how to do it, but even like for me, I'm not tech savvy. And you have people in the older generation that are not tech savvy at all. They do good to work a cell phone. And a lot of times, even with trade school or with universities, there's a lot that goes into applying for that, and applying for grants and applying for loans. There's a lot of computer work. I applied, like I had mentioned in my last video, I applied to ETSU twice, and I ended up giving up both. I ended up giving up both times because nobody would help me through the process. It was a mind fuck. So much red tape.
It's way too. There's too much involved there. Like, you should be able to just plug in your social security number, and they already have all this information anyways, right? So why the fuck can they not just take it? It's like when you go to apply for a job online, and they're like upload your resume, and then they're like, fill out all these other fucking pages with the same shit that's on your resume. It's like, no. I don't want to do that. I shouldn't have to do that, and fuck that.
Well, in this job I just applied for, they did a background check, and with that background check, they ran my social security number. They pulled up every job I'd ever had, and I didn't know this, but they pulled up all my finances, like all the wages
for the school application.
No, not for that. For the job, when they did the background check, they pulled up they pulled up my salaries for every job. I didn't realize that they could do that as well.
I didn't know that was actually something that they can legally do. I thought that the only information that they can pull from and gather from your employer was the only thing that the only information that an employer can provide to somebody that is looking into a new hire is that they can say, did they work for you or not?
Right.
Really,
well, honestly, it don't make a difference whether they ask for it, because I noticed when you apply for jobs, they'll say, where'd you work before? And then, I would say Colorworks, and they say, how much did you make going into it? How much did you make when you left?
Like, none of your goddamn business. I made $100,000 and I need a raise, motherfucker.
Say, obviously I didn't make enough, damn it.
Yeah, right. I ain't there now, so that doesn't tell you enough. That's all you really need to know.
Right. And since we're talking about education, this is a platform that I really only started thinking about in the past couple of days. It's one that Bernie supported, and I'd like to see it for state. He believed that the internet should be a basic utility, just like water and power.
Well, absolutely. And we've seen that already, why it should be because of COVID, right? The fact that we had, oh my God, and it drove me nuts. I was like, if I watched C-SPAN, I had to watch it through the Charter cable streaming app on my Apple TV. But so I would see commercials, and I'm like, I never watch commercials because all I watch is Hulu and Netflix and HBO and all that. And I would see these commercials, and it's like from Verizon or from T-Mobile. They're like, we care about our customers, so we're extending free service to people that can't afford it. And it's like, motherfucker, you just talked out of both sides of your neck at once. Like, the fact that children need access to the internet for their educational purposes, like that just goes to show that it's a right that people have, and they need it. It's a resource that people can't live without, right? And I would 100% totally agree with you on that. I think that it should be something else too, that I think that, which is another topic I want to talk about here in a little bit, talking about education and career education centers and all that. When we get to the topic, I want you to, I think we can make this connection when we talk about it. Referring back to the Green New Deal, when we talk about that, when it becomes a reality, because it's going to, we're so close to everything that we know as being the way things are to being the way things were because of climate change and global warming, talking about we need to re-educate the workforce. So those people that work in the coal mines, the people that work in nuclear power plants, they need to be re-educated to come into a more modern workforce that talks about, we're working with solar energy and wind energy. And that's a big thing that I think that we need to do. I know that there's companies in Tennessee that work with solar panels, but they don't think that they work with the government. I do know that Jimmy Carter, I'm pretty sure, owns a big, huge field, a big, huge plot of land. Where does Jimmy Carter live now anyways? I don't even remember.
I couldn't even tell.
Jimmy Carter is an amazing person. He is the embodiment of what a retired politician should be. Working with HUD, working with low income people, helping, and I mean, you see him out there doing construction work with a patch on his eyeball and a red handkerchief around his neck. Oh my God. That is crazy.
Well, that goes along with
a true redneck.
Well, that goes along with what we were talking about, the area that you grow up in. All my life, people like Jimmy Carter have been demonized by the people that I grew up around.
Which is crazy. They were all big Jimmy Carter peanut farmer bro. Like, he's a homie,
Right.
But no, he, I believe, where does he live now? It says that Georgia, I believe it is where he lives still. But I mean, he does all that stuff, and which is great. But again, talking about bringing it's so funny he's wearing that red handkerchief. I think that's hilarious. I don't know if you believe in synchronicity, but I truly do, and I think that that was awesome. I have to share this picture now so that everybody doesn't think I'm lying. But no, while I'm pulling it up, going back to your stance and part of your platform about education, you said education should be free, if not more affordable, right?
Right.
I believe it should be free. I don't see why it's not. The other places do it. They do it here in Germany. They do it all these different European countries. And it's funny that everybody that's against it, they're like, well, those are smaller countries. How are they doing it? It's like, I'm sorry, but this is not a PNG or JPEG image. This is a vectored policy. It can be expanded without losing the quality or the ability to continue to apply it to a larger region, it's definitely a possible thing. It's, again, going back to the idea of reallocating money to where it really needs to go, right? So I like that part where you talked about that. And also we said, talking about making the application process for grants more accessible to low income and no income individuals, or even people like we shouldn't be frowning upon or putting people in a disadvantaged position because they are not educated technically. Like, for example, you're a very intelligent person, but you found it difficult to navigate through the application process. A lot of people do. You weren't alone with that. I did it, and I'm a big nerd, research a bunch of stuff. That's the only reason we were able to make this Zoom meeting go live on Facebook. Because when I'm passionate about something, I get in it and I'm like, yes, I'm going to research it. But yeah, a lot of people don't, like you right now, you don't have access to a computer. Most people don't these days. They have a tablet maybe and a phone. If they have a tablet, they're lucky, right? So a lot of people don't even have access to it. And a lot of those forms, I've realized, not just for applying for a grant or applying for a school, their websites are not compatible with mobile versions of it. So it makes it almost even impossible for a lot of people to apply for these things that we're talking about. And what that does is it puts those individuals even more of a disparity category, because they don't have access to the tools or the resources or the knowledge of how to use it. And it's not far-fetched that the majority of people do, because again, like we said earlier, technology moves really fast, and it's hard for the average person to really actually keep up with it. So I think that's really important that we look into making things more accessible for the people that need it the most. And just for everybody, right? It's going to be across the board, but really looking at the people that are affected by it the most, and making sure that they're able to access that kind of stuff is really important. And then also we talked about, and then your platform too, you talked about in your other video, is promote reading programs and initiatives. So we both gave out 2 books. Any listeners that we have listened to, you can always comment a book. I know that Amber Riddle, who, by the way, she is running for Senate District 4, I believe it was, is what I saw. State Senate, Tennessee District 4 is what she's running for. But she wrote in here too, she said The Anti-Racist by Ibram X. Kennedy is a good book. Do you have any other, first of all, I want to ask you about what other books that you would suggest listeners to read, and then I want to talk about your platform.
Right. I'd say the third book I would recommend is called Jackson Rising. It was based on a real event. You might have heard of it.
Jackson Rising.
Yes. I don't know the complete whole story. I actually had a friend tell me about it. It's the town of Jackson, Mississippi, tried to implement co-op businesses throughout their town, which would mean the citizens and employees owned all the businesses. And they were shut down. I don't know if they were shut down by the local government or by the federal government, but they went down. They completely shut them all down.
Yeah, kind of sounds not nearly as morbid, but similar to what happened in Tulsa with the black stock market, or Black Wall Street. I'm sorry. So it talked about. It looks like this book. So Jackson Rising. The subtext is the struggle for economic democracy and Black self-determination in Jackson, Mississippi. Says Mississippi is the poorest state in the United States with the highest percentage of Black people and a history of vicious racial terror. The concurrent Black resistance is the backdrop of the context for the drama captured in the collection of essays that is Jackson Rising. It talks about it's an exploration of our experiment in racial social transformation and governance that is directly challenging the imperatives of neoliberalism and the logic and structures of the capitalist system in Jackson and beyond. Yeah, that sounds like a book I need to read. For sure. Yeah. So that's, yeah, but, and one thing I do want to talk about too for just a moment when we're talking about reading books and when we're talking about social justice and all of the struggles and trials and tribulations that the Black and Indigenous people of color community has faced, is that we don't have the right to ask the people, our friends that are people of color or anything like that, hey, what book should I read to learn more about your history? Like, motherfucker, it is not their fault that we weren't taught that shit. Like,
Right.
it is more than easy for us to go out and look for books that talk about these things. There's so many of them out there. I have a reading list that can go for miles, with books that I want to read, in reference to this specific topic. And I think that everybody should be looking into educating themselves more about it.
Right. Which I will say, I spoke with the leader of the New Panthers Initiative, and I asked him. I said, it's funny you just said that, but I actually asked him. I said, do you recommend any books? And he turned me on to an author who writes a lot of books on how to be anti-racist. That was actually the name of his first book. I can't pronounce his name, so I'm not going to say it.
Who was it you spoke? Oh, you don't know what was his last name?
I know his name. It was Rashad.
Aran Rashad. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I can't pronounce the author's name is what I mean. I know it started with an X, but I'm not going to try to pronounce it.
It was, what was the name of the book? How to Be Anti-Racist?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, it was Ibram X. Kendi. That was also another book that Amber had commented about. She said,
right.
How to Be. That was exactly the book. How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram X. Kendi. Am I saying that right? I don't want to jack that up. But yeah, Kendi, not Kennedy. Kendi.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So that's a great book. Any all right, so what about a book that you personally have read or a book that you've read that has meant something to you personally? I'll give you an example. So a book series that I read that really was a thing for me was the Gunslinger series,
right?
Stephen King. I don't know if you've read that series. That is one of my favorite book series ever. It was like, I felt like I was put into that dimension when I read those books. Amazing. They did a horrible job at the movie, and I was so upset because it came out on my birthday, and I took all my friends, and I was like, what a shitty movie. What is this crap? But
I could probably say the same thing. I am a huge fan. Anything written by Stephen King.
Stephen King has got a great multiverse, kind of like.
Right. I love the way that like he introduces a character, but he like talks about small details of their life, like things you wouldn't even think about.
Right. Yeah. When they tie everything together, and also the books like The Stand is connected to the Dark Tower series. I love his multiverse. It's so good. He's got great books. But yeah, so you said anything Stephen King. Have you read any Neil Gaiman books like American Gods or the Good Omen books? I haven't read them, but I watched the series on Amazon, and I downloaded the audiobooks of them because they're so fucking good. I don't know if you have an Amazon account. I will give you mine so you can sign into it and watch these shows because they are pristine television productions. They're amazing. They're super great.
I will say, on the subject of racism, one book that I recommend, even as a kid, growing up conservative, not understanding the history, it brought tears to my eyes reading it. It's called Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. That is the most emotional book I've ever read in my life.
Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry? Yeah,
it talks about a family of African-American farmers who lived during the Great Depression.
Mildred D. Taylor. Mm-hmm.
It's a fiction book. It's not a nonfiction. But it really touches on the emotions.
Yeah. It looks like it's a book about racism in America during the Great Depression and Jim Crow era. There's also two other sequels, Let the Circle Be Unbroken and The Road to Memphis, a sequel and a prequel to the saga of that family that's in the book. Man, see, that's the thing, like, why wasn't this a book that I was told I could read in high school or in middle school?
Right.
Like, this is stuff that we should have been celebrating Black authors and Black history right alongside of us discussing all of the bullshit that settlers and the people that came from Europe did in our country. And again, it's not even sugarcoating it. It's I guess it could be sugarcoating it, but also it's more than just that. picking different things
Right.
from history that we want to focus on when really like this shit is important. This is so important. And this was a reason, we talked about, you said, I don't think that there are that many real racists out there. We just have a lot of uneducated people out in the world, in the United States especially. And if we had actually talked about these things, like when we went through public school, it would be people would be so much more informed, and they would read those, pull at the heartstrings, even though it's a fictional book. It's based on, I'm sure somebody's life was like that at some point during that time period. So if we promoted those reading programs and initiatives, and we talked about the things that really need to be talked about in education, I think that we could really stomp out racism in this country if we just talked about it. Right. When people are impressionable, right? That's the thing. So what do we remember from when we were kids? I remember a lot of stuff that I learned when I was in middle school and high school because I was impressionable then. Right. I remembered that stuff, right? So why would we not take advantage of that opportunity to, teach kids about the good and the bad, and not just try to be like, well, it was like that way for a little bit, but we also helped them out a lot too. Like, what the fuck is that nonsense?
I had a guy tell me the other day on the subject of slavery. He said that African Americans should be thankful because we brought them to America and gave them a better life. That was his take on it.
What is that? Where does that come from? Or the other one for me is like the go back to where you came from. Blurb, that little spewing of vomit out of people's mouths. Like, okay, you want them to go back to where they came from? How about you pay for them? Pay. How about you pay to ship these people and all of their belongings and all their property? You set up their bank accounts in this other country, set up their property ownership in another country, make sure that they have a home that they have here in these states, and you send them back. Can you do that? Are you willing to do that? No. Well, guess what? Fuck you. And you can't, you want to say that you're that's part of your heritage, that's part of your history. Well, you know what? If you really want to, put your money where your mouth is, like nobody would ever do that. That's the thing. They're like, well, we brought you here against your will, but we expect for you to go back on your own accord with your own finances. Oh, it's utter bullshit. It's utter bullshit. That argument, that statement is crap. It's such crap, and so I think that's a ridiculous racist argument and statement that anybody could make. But again, getting back to it, I think education is super important to get people to understand what really has happened in this country and what continues to be a very prevalent problem when it comes to issues with racism. And
have you been keeping up? Have you been keeping up with Bill Lee's school voucher program?
No, and is that the one? Are you talking about for like charter schools, like where they can take money that they would pay to a public school to a charter school? I'll tell you this: unless they redo the entire public education system, I think that I need to be more educated on this. When I think charter schools and voucher programs, I think about Betsy DeVos, which is AKA what is her name from the Harry Potter movies.
I don't know her name. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, but she Betsy DeVos, the head of the Secretary of Education, she's the one who's been a big advocate of that, especially in Madam Umbridge is her name. Madam Umbridge. But she reminds me of her extremely. But she's a big advocate. This woman is not even educated. She's not even educated. I saw like a Zoom meeting or like an interview that she was in, and she was at her house. And in the background were a bunch of bookshelves with no fucking books on them. Like, what is that? What is the purpose of these shelves? For you put some decorative balls on it and some, I don't know what.
It looks like she just set that up for a photo op. That's what that looks like.
Yeah. She rented out a WeWorks office and just did a meeting there.
Here's the thing. I oppose the school voucher. Most Democrats in Tennessee oppose the school voucher program. But my argument against it is different than their argument against it. The biggest thing that I have is, first of all, it's going to be hard on people living in rural communities because we're not equipped first of all, we're not equipped for private school. They'll eat us alive.
No, we wouldn't even be able to afford it. I mean, we could if we actually use funding allocated funding in the correct way. But
here's
we're not
my biggest
doing that.
issue. If you have, it's basically going to be a privately funded school. That's the definition of it. So if you have private donors, anytime somebody makes a donation for something, they're going to have their way. So if they create a private school,
it's leverage for someone.
Right. If they create a private school and they want it to be based out of religion, that's where discrimination comes into play. They're going to say, you're a homosexual child, we don't want you here, or you have to hide your homosexuality.
Wasn't there a Supreme Court ruling recently? There was a Supreme Court ruling talking about whether or not religious schools can discriminate against employees that don't exude their religious beliefs or whatever. And they were talking about how, like, okay, so for example, if a janitor was working at a Catholic school, does that janitor have to be Catholic? Because his role is not to disseminate the theology. It's to clean the fucking floors and the classrooms and the bathrooms, right? Which is a great job. But why would it matter what his religious theological standpoint and beliefs are if his job does not entail involving himself with students and their growth in the theology and in the religion itself. But back to the charter school issue, and also talking about too, I think it's less charter school, but more about the funding for schools. Did you not see too where they said that like a Catholic school, a religious school, can get PPE? They can get money from the government. That people can, it was. I think that was a part of a Supreme Court justice ruling too, and I think it's because of COVID, right? Let's see, religious schools funding PPE or PPP. I think is it a PPP now? Funnels, private and religious schools. Yeah, so it looks like there were schools that got funding, faith-based schools got funding, court rules that the religious schools cannot be exempt from funding from the government at all. And the one thing that I was talking about with you is the Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue. But here's my thing: if they can get funding from the government, then they should be getting taxed. Right?
Exactly.
And I would say you more than likely agree with that, just based on your beliefs about stuff. But yeah, this money, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act signed in March, included $30 billion for education institutions turned upside down by the pandemic shutdown, $14 billion for higher education, $13.5 billion to elementary and secondary schools, which is just asinine to me. Why did they get less money than everybody else? They're the most important place to get funding, but they ended up giving a lot of that money to private Christian schools. They got money that other schools should have gotten, but I mean, because they're not paying any taxes. They're not paying any taxes at all, and I don't think that that's fair. They should definitely be paying taxes on that stuff.
Right. Well, that brings up a good point. Trump, I believe that he's politicized this entire pandemic. He basically came out and said anybody that does not support his beliefs isn't going to get help. I mean, he said that for word.
If you don't open the schools, I'm going to take away your funding. Like, what kind of ass backwards idea is that? Why would somebody?
That affects us directly because Governor Lee is like Trump's lapdog. Like, he supports him 100%.
He loves him. Yeah, and what's really crazy is that I've seen a lot of Republicans breaking rank recently from him, though, like Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, both. Right. I'm like, what is really going on here? Like, you guys this is not what I expected from either of you guys.
Have you been keeping up with Ted Cruz recently?
Oh my God, who was it? He posted something on somebody's page, or he said something about, do you have the guts to do this? And so he was like, do you have the guts to stick up for your wife?
I noticed here recently.
Crazy.
Here recently, he's been talking about some pretty crazy progressive politics. I'm like, what the hell is he doing? Where's he coming from?
I feel like he's trying to do a real quick flip, unlike Mitt Romney, which I always liked Mitt Romney. He's always been a very well-spoken politician. And I really was proud of the fact that he voted for the impeachment of Trump. Like he was very articulate in the reasons why he did it. He's kind of, I think maybe, I don't want to claim that I know what somebody's ulterior motives are or anything like that, why somebody does what they do. But I do think that maybe he's been in it for so long that he realizes, like, maybe I was going about this the wrong way, right? He's gotten to be a more seasoned human, right? Shake a little life on you and be like, okay, maybe I've been going about this the wrong way. Or maybe he's like at the point where he's like, you know what? I don't want to play this. I don't want to play the game anymore. Like he's like, I really am tired of it. Maybe he's planning on being out of politics soon, and that's why he's changed his stance. Because he's kind of like, you know what? At this point, what does it matter? I'm just going to speak my truths. I don't want to say that I can definitively make a statement about why he's done that, but I've seen him do it, and I've seen other people too. They've pretty much kind of taken a step backwards and done a 180 on what they have continuously fought to be their platform and what their beliefs are and what their moral compass is, and they've completely turned that around. But what are some of the things that Ted Cruz has been saying? Because I haven't seen it. I'm sure it's all on Twitter. I just need to. I get on Twitter sometimes, but I haven't had time in the last couple of weeks. I try to keep up with U.S. politics while I'm here, but I've had so much shit going on. So
I can't remember specifically because it's been so long, but I know he had mentioned something about completely supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. Like he came out and said that out of the blue.
I don't know if I believe that.
Look it up, because you know what?
I know.
You know what? As scatterbrained as I am, I may be thinking about Mitt Romney. It was either him or Mitt Romney.
Let's see.
Now I'm curious.
All right, now hold on. So Mark Cuban and Ted Cruz, this was 3 days ago from the Washington Post. Mark Cuban and Ted Cruz spar over BLM, coronavirus, and China. But hold on a second. Take aim at I can't pull up the Washington Post right now. What does it say here? Texas Senator. Oh, that was more recent, I think. No, it wasn't. That was in June, but still, which anybody can change their stance. And one thing I do want to comment about really quick. I think, tell me if you agree, where people get upset at politicians or even just people in their lives where they change their opinions about something, right? Like, so he's like, well, I once believed this and now I believe this. They're like, well, you're a hypocrite. But it's like, no, that's the common sense thing to do. When you learn and gather information and you're exposed to new ideas about things, you should not be demonized for changing your opinion on something and changing the way that you view things. I hate that we as a society, and especially when it comes to politics, come to look at people and we're like, well, that's not what you said a month ago. Well, guess what? I learned a lot in a month. Screw you.
Well, I had actually gotten to an argument on Facebook, of course, in the comment section of the news stories, and we was talking about Dr. Fauci. I'd come out in support of Dr. Fauci. I said, I'll take
Dr. Fauci is the man. Dr. Fauci is my adopted grandfather. I swear.
Right. I said, I'll take my mask off when he says it's okay. And he said, this guy told me, he said, I don't support Dr. Fauci. I said, why not? He said, well, he changes his mind too much. I said, that's the mark of a good scientist.
Yes.
He's presented with new information, so he changes his mind.
He said that you could go back to press conferences that he's done, which, he apparently recently, he's been getting bashed by the president and his staffers. They're trying to start this campaign that he's the bad guy and that he's not
Right.
qualified. It's like, motherfucker, that dude, there's documentation and images of him when the Ebola outbreak was out, and
Right.
he was like in his 60s or 70s, and there's a picture of him in all PPE garb, and he's going in to treat this Ebola patient, and he was quoted as saying, you know, I would never ask somebody to do something that I wouldn't do. And this senior fucking citizen is going in there to treat a patient with a very highly contagious, highly deadly disease. This man is someone who should be revered, not discredited and bashed by an administration that doesn't like the way things went because it doesn't look good for their ratings. Like, that's bullshit.
I mean, who are you going to believe? A guy who's been a professional doctor for 50 years or a guy who used to be a reality TV show host? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
No, yeah, right. Well, I mean, you can. There's a post that I shared, and I think that Aaron Rashad maybe shared it on the New Generation Freedom Fighters page today. Somebody did, and it talked about, or maybe it was Andre Johnson. I don't know, but somebody shared it, and it was something I shared a while ago when it came out. It was talking about, this is why I don't trust Trump, blah, 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 blah. And it's got little subscripts or Sanscripts or whatever on there. Not Sanscripts, I don't remember what it is. Anyways, and then at the bottom of this post, it links to all of the articles and all the documentation that proves what the fuck he did. And that's not just us talking out of our ass. This is literally documented shit that this president has done that has affected people, and where he's lied and how he's not qualified and how he's a fucking liar. That is, I think one thing that we can take out of the Trump presidency, anyways, is that he's a liar. He's just. Did you see
the news interview that Trump just recently did with Fox News?
Oh my God!
They ripped him apart.
Fox News is not his news station anymore. Tucker Carlson is, I think, still, but I think he's gonna have some trouble coming up with material now that his head writer's gone because of all that shit he posted online. But Trump, I think it's Fox and Friends is the only show that will really bring him on anymore, where they're like kissing ass, fudge, fudge pack or whatever you want to call it. Brownie, or they're getting brownie points. But yeah, that was wild. He was like, yeah, Joe Biden is for dismantling and defunding the police, and he was like, well, hold on, sir, I don't think that that's the case. And he was like, bring me the charter, and they bring him the charter, and he's like, well, he still sucks. And it's like, bitch, what? And also, he's like, I passed the cognitive test with flying colors. Person like, nobody's ever passed it before. They said, I can't believe you did that. This is great, Mr. President Donald Trump. This is great. Great job. And he's like, the guy was like, I took that test online. And he's like, and it asks you to identify an elephant. It wasn't really that hard. He's like, no. But if you get down to the bottom of it, it gets harder. It gets harder to do. And it's like, well, show us the results of your test. Stop talking about it. Let's see them.
By the way, that was a dead-on impression.
I want to work on it. I talk so much about him all the time, and I read about him all the time. I mean, it's not as good as Steve Colbert's, but it's pretty good. But no, back to what we were talking about too, really quick. Oh, one other thing though. What did he say? He said that he tested positively, negatively for coronavirus. That's like, I mean, it's one thing, and I know I've done it once or twice on the show this evening, where there's a mishap in speaking, but for it to occur so often with this person, it's telling of the person that he is. It's not he misspoke; it's that he spoke about what he knew and how he knew to say it. He didn't know any other way to say it. He thought saying I tested positively for it, meaning that I was negative. No, that's not how you say it. Like, your drug test was positively negative. No, you never want to tell anybody. You don't want to start with the positive on this one.
Well, that goes back to what we were saying.
Go back.
So many people are uneducated. Trump is uneducated, so he's in line with what they know.
Oh yeah, I mean, he went to school. I don't know if you've read it or if you're looking into reading it, but the book that his niece came out with, I just finished is a 7-hour audiobook, Too Much and Never Enough by Mary Trump. And she pretty much just says in that book what we already know, but it's a firsthand account of what life was like within that family and what life was like when she was involved with doing any kind of business work or family relationships with Donald Trump. And it talks about, how he has not had, when he was growing up, his mother got sick. When she was better, she was really absent. She used like her kids to kind of make herself feel better. Their dad was like a narcissistic sociopath, and so they never had any. And she talks about empathy and how his lack of empathy, which we all see that clear as day. He has no empathy, but that stems from his upbringing, right? And he wasn't interested in getting educated. He had people take his tests in school, his SAT tests. He didn't work for anything because he already knew it was waiting for him when he got done with all those, culturally accepted and expected, life milestones of life, which is go to college, And so, he's not educated. He is not a good person, and it's kind of sad almost because it has a lot to do with the toxic family dynamic that he had growing up, and he became a victim of his circumstances, and I can't believe that everybody didn't see it. And they were willing to sacrifice the country for anything that inconvenienced them. They were willing to do that. But back to what we were talking about with Mark Cuban and Ted Cruz. So we talked about Ted Cruz specifically, but apparently Ted Cruz was on Twitter talking about, that was it. So he called out the guy. He was an NBA. I don't think he was a coach or he was an owner of an NBA team or a man. Oh, here. All right. So in October. And so China, NBA is big in China, right? And they do a lot of funding for the NBA. General manager Daryl Morey from the Houston Rockets made a politically charged statement on Twitter. And then, like, when China was like, well, we're not going to host any fucking games here anymore. We're taking that shit down unless you take that tweet down. And he took the tweet down. And then Ted Cruz came after him and was like, I do not have the balls to stand up to China. And that's when he said, do you not have the balls to stand up for your wife? But I think that he and Mark Cuban have had a back and forth where he said that, I don't know, he's been talking with the NBA and shit. And I'm trying to see where it says here that he said something about Black Lives Matter, but I don't see where. Cuban said something about, I could say Black Lives Matter. I could say there's systemic racism in this country. I could say there's a pandemic that you have done little to end, but I don't see where his response to his was. He said something about like, he says, I agree Black Lives Matter. I agree there's a pandemic and we have taken extraordinary steps to defeat it. Where did that pandemic originate? Why did communist China cover up the Wuhan outbreak and arrest whistleblowers? And why are you terrified to say one word about China? So yeah, he's saying Black Lives Matter. The virus is real. Oh my God, a Republican that supports Trump. Which, by the way, if you go back to 2016 and look at all of the nasty shit that Trump spewed on those politicians, like, and also like what Lindsey Graham said about Trump, he's like, he's unfit for office. That guy's crazy. And now he's like bootlicking, ass kissing the dude. It's out of this world. I can't believe that shit is reality. I don't understand that. But want to bring it around here really quick. So speaking of Black Lives Matter, part of your platform too, which by the way, I'm super enjoying our conversation. This is awesome.
Oh, too.
We are 2 hours into it. I want to keep it a 3 max so we can, don't have to take up a quarter of, or I guess a 6. What is that? 4, 8, That's a math is hard right now. I don't want to take up too much of everybody's day, but you talked about promoting diversity and equality legislation that would promote that, and how you support the Black Lives Matter movement. So, if you want to touch on a couple of the things in that part of your platform, so that we can have listeners know what exactly it is that you support for that, what is it you're looking to do locally for that, that would be really great. I definitely want to talk about that part of your platform as well.
It's kind of funny. It all rolls back to education, educating the public, what we were talking about. I want to, as a representative, I've talked with the New Black Panthers. I've talked with the freedom fighters. I've been to protests. And, part of these groups on Facebook, a lot of things I'm saying, they're looking for representation. They're looking for lawyers. So I want to institute resource centers, not only with African Americans, but with the LGBTQ community as well, and with women who have been victims of domestic assault or they're in a bad place. I want to institute these resource centers to provide legal services, to help them cut through, have people help them cut through all the red tape involved. I want to have literature available for them to make them aware of their rights, and let them know their options, like, educate them on harassment laws, on discrimination laws, things of that nature.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, what I've got here from what I got from your video is introducing legislation that would provide funding for resources available to people of color, the LGBTQAI group that assists in educating people about their rights. Also, introducing updated curriculum. Again, everything, right. When it comes to a lot of these things, it all goes back to education, right? So introducing updated curriculum to educate people about the struggles of minority groups. I listened to a podcast the other day where somebody was talking about how they think that it was the Joe Rogan podcast, and he had an author on his show, and she was talking about trans youth, and how they think that the fact that in California, part of the anti-bullying legislation that they passed there is talking about transgendered people and talking about that community, and how they're just, all they're doing is talking about the community. They're not trying to influence children to be like, hey, you might be trans. It's like, this is what this is, so that you have a basic understanding of what that actually means. And I think that there's nothing wrong with that. People aren't just going to start going trans because they watched or they were taught a lesson in school. That's not how that works. When they get a little bit older, though, I can see like the argument that Joe Rogan had on his podcast. He talked about when young adults, like teenagers in middle school and high school, when they start to feel like they don't fit into a group, they tend to, and especially with social media the way that it is now, they see groups of people that are very accepting of those part of their communities, and they want to be a part of that. Kind of like how cutting was and bulimia and anorexia was in the 80s and 90s. They got to be a part of some group that they never would have been able to be a part of before. So now that's this woman did a study on it, and she did an extensive study and spoke with a bunch of trans people about it. And her daughter went through it as well. And so like there were some points that they talked about there, but I think that when we're talking about literal like dry education, not influential political education about these sorts of issues, it's literally to educate you on what has happened to people, that these people exist and that they're just like you and me. I think that's a really important thing that we need to be doing, is educating people about and the struggles too, and the history behind these minority groups. I think that's very important, that we should be doing that. And also, I mean, God, look at, I don't know what high school you went to. Did you go to Elizabethton High School, or did you go to Happy Valley High School? Okay, so I went to 4 different high schools when I was in high school. I went to Science Hill. I went to Columbus, Indiana high school. So it was Columbus North High School. I went to a high school in, I don't remember what it was called, but a high school in Sevier County, in Sevierville, Tennessee, which, good Lord, the lady, my Appalachian literature teacher called it, she wasn't even from the area. She's from New York, I think. She called it Appalachian. I was like, I'm going to throw an Appalachia if you call it Appalachia one more motherfucking time. God damn it. Like, that's not what it's called. That's not what it's called. But yeah. And then I went to Daniel Boone, which is where I graduated high school from. And Lord, let me tell you, I'll say this, it was not overflowing with racism, but it was overflowing so exponentially with, because considering the fact that this is a system in a establishment that is intended to educate people, there was little to no education really going on there.
Right.
It was like I didn't really learn anything while I was there. And what I did learn, I got in trouble for arguing with my government teacher, with my U.S. history teacher. He did not like me. He did not like me and my friend Katie. We would argue about, I wouldn't even call it playing devil's advocate, because it was reality. They weren't actually they weren't calling out the elephant in the room, right? And so that's why I think it's really important for that curriculum to be updated. I mean, I graduated in 2008. It wasn't that long ago. I mean, yeah, it was 12 years ago, right? But still, it wasn't that long ago. And and because of funding that's been cut for education too, you already know that that stuff has not been updated. They haven't had the money to do it, or the money. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. We need to stop saying that. The money has not been allocated to the proper channels in order to ensure that we are educating our citizens and our communities in the right way. It's not that we don't have the money; it's that we don't choose to use it for those reasons. So I think that would be a great place for that money to go, to update the curriculum, to educate people about these types of issues. Also, you talked about introducing legislation that would provide funding for resources available to immigrants and refugees.
Absolutely.
Institute resource centers that would provide literature, legal advice, any type of assistance, etc. Can you kind of expand on what could you give me an example of what would be your ideal Goldilocks structure and to implement that type of legislation?
Well, I can tell you, I grew up with an immigrant family. That was like my second family. They helped raise me. My best friend's an immigrant. And
where are they from? Where are they from?
He's from Mexico.
From Mexico. Okay, cool.
And they've been here 30 years now, and some of them have gotten legal, and a lot of them are still fighting through all the red tape because they don't know. They talk to lawyers, but lawyers, they kind of give them the runaround. They'll say, you give me $5,000, we'll work on this. And they've been fighting that for 30 years. And I want a resource center where you have lawyers who are not just lawyers. I want lawyers who specialize in immigrant cases, in legalization procedures, so they can get straight to it, say, hey, this is exactly how you need to do it.
And work pro bono or on a payment plan that's reasonable for somebody who's literally a refugee or an immigrant. I mean, because I would almost say, for the most part, most immigrants are refugees. They are. They're trying to escape a system where they live, in a government that they live in that doesn't help support their ability to succeed or to stay alive or to keep a roof over their heads, keep a job, not get killed. I literally had a friend of mine yesterday who I need to reach back out to, but I had not had the opportunity to actually ask around. A friend of mine that lives in Johnson City emailed me yesterday and said, hey, I'm really sorry to bother you, but he's like, do you know of a local immigration lawyer that I can speak with? I don't know what he had going on. Like I said, I still need to actually read his message. I just saw like the blurb, but like the notification that I got a message from him. But I'm like, it's happening at home. It's not just like, down in California and Texas, that's like all where it is, where the stuff's happening. No, that shit's here. I mean, look at that law that Trump tried to pass where people that were immigrant students were just getting ready to have to go back home if their schools went to online learning. Like, what the fuck is that shit? What is that nonsense? This is the most ridiculous fucking stupid thing I've ever fucking heard. We are a country of immigrants and refugees. We need to embrace that. I don't know where this nationalistic bullshit came from, but we need to stop it. It needs to be gone and be done.
My favorite argument of all time is when people say they're coming here to take our jobs.
A job you ain't gonna work, you lazy ass motherfucker. You probably
not only that. Not only that, but if one of them walks into a factory and the manager says, "Okay, you're an illegal, but I'm gonna give you a job," that's not the immigrant's fault.
You need to be bad at the manager or the owner, or whoever's aligned. Like when they went into those factories back a couple months ago and they rounded up all those workers and left their kids not able to get off a school bus because their parent wasn't there, and they put them in some facility and fed them some pizza and a box of milk. That's bullshit. Yeah, no, we need to be rounding up all of the fucking CEOs who are like, we're gonna let you slide on that one. We usually ask for a social security number, but we're just gonna turn a blind eye to that. No, that's total and utter bullshit. We're criminalizing the wrong people and the wrong actions. That is absolutely right. It's total nonsense. Total nonsense. Just to get quickly back on topic really quick. One other thing you talked about is, and also this could even fall into that too, because you talk about, I mean, can you imagine what they pay these people? They're like, well, since you don't have a social security number, we're gonna let you work in our factory, but we're gonna pay you minimum wage or less, because they're under the table, right? They don't have a social security number associated with them, so they're probably not even paying the minimum wage. And I would consider that to be legalized slavery, right?
Oh, exactly.
That's a lot of factories are even for-profit prisons. Them in and of themselves, and they may be legal workers, but you talked about changing laws to that allow for legalized slavery, and you want to abolish for-profit prisons. Again, I feel like this might be a state thing rather than a regional district thing. What do you know about that? What do you plan to do about that? Educate me, because I'm not sure.
Right. As far as for-profit prisons, a representative just for one specific district can have an impact on the entire state when it comes to passing laws. And I want to completely abolish for-profit prisons, because to me, that's where your whole Black Lives Matter movement comes into. That's totally a race thing. It's they prey on people of color. They prey on low-income people, because they catch somebody with half an ounce of weed, they arrest them, they put them to work in one of the factories at the state prison.
Weed should be legal.
They get out of prison, they're probably going to go back for the same thing.
It's a vicious cycle. I mean, there's a name for it, and right now I can't think of it.
Revolving door.
It's a revolving door, and it's a pipeline, I think is what it's called. School to prison pipeline, right? To where we funnel people from the time that they're younger. Kids are scared even of the police then. So then maybe when they're having an experience with a police officer, then they're afraid. Even though they're not doing anything illegal, they get arrested for resisting arrest as a minor, even, right? And then that funnels them into the system to where they're going to end up always involved in the courts and with the police.
Well, here's the thing. Our state prison, this is out of my district, but our state prison in Mountain City is Northeast Correctional Complex. They have 2 factories within their facility. They have a recycling plant, and then they have a plant that deals with lumber. And in the lumber plant, they pay them like $8 an hour. So the inmates actually make $8 an hour, but they have to turn around and give half that back to the prison. So you see how that functions. It's ridiculous.
Well, that whole argument people have about, I think I posted this meme the other day, and it was like a van, and on the back of the van it had like whatever county police work program, whatever, earning the taxpayers' money back, and it's like, pretty sure that the labor that these private prisons take advantage of from the inmates pays above and beyond. I mean, that's why it's called a for-profit prison, right?
Right.
It's a private company. People are like, well, their tax money payers are getting their money back. No, they're not. We're paying, that money is going to the private company. We're not, that whole system is fucked up. It's so fucked up.
For those listening that don't understand, here's how a for-profit prison works. A private company makes a contract with a prison. We'll go old school. Let's say license plates. That doesn't happen in our state prison, but let's say that's the case. There's a quota of license plates that the prison system agrees to put out for that company. They're under contract for that. So they're going to ensure that they have enough inmates to meet that quota. That's where all those offenses come in.
Yep, that's where that money comes in, and I think it's hilarious that we're like, well, prisons, if they really even need to be prisons, like if you look at, I believe Norway and Sweden, all of those Netherlands countries, they approach prison, what we would consider prison, in a different way. It's more about rehabilitation, right?
Right.
So that's what happens, when they talk about, well, somebody that went to prison once is probably going to go again. Yeah, because they didn't get the opportunity to rehabilitate themselves.
Right.
When they were there. It was, you're a bad person, follow my orders. If you fuck up, you're going to get in trouble. Give us all your money, give us all your time. We're going to give you shitty food. We're not going to let you sleep in the dark. We're going to make this the most stressful environment for you.
Right.
So when you get out, it's almost like when if you stop drinking alcohol and then you're like, all right, and then you go to a bar and you're like, all these people around me drink, I'm gonna fucking go crazy. And that's what happens to a lot of people that don't have strong will. And I'm not saying that people that go into prison don't have strong will, but like, they're not setting them up for success at all. Not at all.
I know it's a funny thing to bring up. This is a fiction, but one of my favorite prison movies of all time, Shawshank Redemption. That perfectly portrays prison right there.
Yeah. We're not putting people in a position to better themselves. And the reason is because it is legalized slavery. We literally want the system is set up so that these people come back, so that we don't lose that labor and we don't lose that money that we're making off these people. So, I think that the laws do need to be changed for that. In Tennessee alone, there was a judge that got charged with, I don't remember what the actual legal charge was, but he got charged with where he was charged with a crime where he was literally funneling minorities to these youth jails because he was making a profit off of it. He was getting payout for every child he sent to their facility. He was getting money off of it. And this is like the epitome of what is wrong with the system. Like, there's just so much wrong with it. And again, I think that it needs to be broken down. It needs to be changed. I think that those are some great things that you are definitely in support of. Two other things of your platform I do want to talk about.
Right.
So we were talking about weed. So speaking of the ganja and the green, I want to talk about your Green New Deal. So what your opinion is on it, how you think, Green New Deal is more of a federal legislation that we want to pass, but how you can support that policy within the state. I have some stuff here I really would like for you to kind of talk about them. And then if there's something that you missed that I caught on to, I'd love to talk about it. But if you could just expand on that as well, about what is it about the Green New Deal that you feel like you could do within our community to help, combat the global warming crisis and climate change and so forth.
Right. This is a good one. This is actually one that I took notes on that I'm going to read off of because I had a lot to say about this. Yeah, I'm fancy. Look, I got notes.
No, you're a note taker. Listen, I when I was listening to your video and watching your video, I was making dinner and I was like, damn it. I kept having to pause it because I was like, I gotta go back and write down this shit. And I didn't know where my notebook was. I don't even know where it is now. But I'm a big handwriter. I'm a big note taker. I love taking notes. There's just something about writing it on paper that's different. So, but I ended up typing it up because I wanted to share it with you. But yeah, please.
That's me. Just so all the voters know, anytime I give a speech, I'm not going to read it from my head. I'm going to read it from notes. That way it's solid. It's written down on paper. They
Well, I'll
kick
tell you this though,
salaries.
you've been pretty damn good about talking about shit off the cuff. So kudos to you on that.
Well, hey, you know what? That's due in part to having a good host.
Well, there you go. Well, thank you.
Well, okay. First of all, for those that don't research the Green New Deal, I'll give you the definition of it, okay? It's going to sound kind of robotic, so forgive me. I'm reading off my notes. It says, a resolution that introduces a plan to tackle climate change by calling on the government to eliminate our dependency on fossil fuel and would generate new high-paying jobs in clean energy industries.
All right, hold on.
Now,
So we're saying that's the definition of the Green New Deal. That's
right.
what the Green New Deal actually is. Right. Okay.
Right. And like
Just
you
wanted to
talked about, this is, like we had said, this is something that's going to happen, that has to happen on a national level. But as a state, there's a million things we could do to come out in support of it to help it succeed nationwide. And here's my ideal. I'd like to provide more funding for agricultural programs. We're talking 4-H programs in elementary school. You know, we learned the basics of agricultural and 4-H. You know, we did fun things like learn how to milk a cow, or we watched somebody milk a cow, and we did fun little projects. Then when you move on to high school, so some high schools have agricultural classes, which Elizabethton High School, in terms of that, didn't have shit. They didn't teach us. They taught us how to identify trees and leaves, and they taught us how to spread mulch. That was it for agriculture. Your audio went out.
I don't know why I did that. Yeah, I said no, motherfucker. I want to know how to cultivate a garden. Right. That's what I needed. Right. But I want to know how to do.
And well, that was my next point. There is an organization that was formed here in Northeast Tennessee called the Drop Collaborative. It was started by Patty Meyer, and it's organized by Victoria Hewlett, and they teach the public how to do like community gardens. They taught a lesson on how to do personalized raised garden. They grow their own crops. They donate what they grow to local food banks and distribute it throughout the community. I think they deserve, they're working on donations. That's what they depend on. I think they deserve state funding for that.
I absolutely agree. And really quick, so I remember we talked about this yesterday. Patty Meyer and Victoria Hewlett are associated with the Drop Collaborative. And I believe www.dropcollaborative, that's D as in dog, drop collaborative, like, oops, I dropped it. Collaborative.com is the website that is associated with the group that you're talking about. So if anybody's ever interested in looking that up, it's dropcollaborative.com. It's what Bobby was just talking about. And so, sorry, continue.
Right. Well, I love it with the Green New Deal. I love these points we'd already kind of discussed and wove into other platforms and other ideals.
Yeah, like, when I said referring back to, we were going to get there. I told you we'd get there.
It. A lot of people don't realize a big part of the Green New Deal was to promote healthcare reform. That was part of Bernie's plan for the Green New Deal. And for us, that would mean expanding Medicaid and abolishing hospital monopolies. Like a big one in this area is the ballot health monopoly. That killed health. All that did.
Did you see that shit that they did? Did you see that shit that they did where all the COVID cases were increasing, and then they were like, we're gonna bring nurses from Sullivan County and all these other counties to our main hospitals, like in Washington D.C. and Washington County, and in Johnson City, and they were like, this is a really big problem. We need to combat it, right? So that's what they were attempting to do, and then in the next breath, they're like, we're partnering with the Bristol Motor Speedway to make sure that everybody's safe out there. And it's like, what the fuck are you saying? You're saying it's a big deal and that we should probably be taking it seriously. But then on the other side of that, you're saying we're going to support bringing 30,000 people to a city of less than that. Like, what the fuck? It's like, what is that? That's crazy. But yeah, and for example, with Ballot Health, he said with big corporate hospital groups, what was the part of that plan that tied in with that, with healthcare, expanding healthcare?
Right. I would say to outlaw hospital monopolies. You know, certain hospital mergers are necessary, but in terms of a monopoly, it shouldn't be allowed to continue. And an interesting fact with that is, I know me and you had talked about it yesterday. The CEO, our governor, Bill Lee, put the CEO of Ballot Health in charge of the school voucher program. So there's got to be money exchanged somewhere in there.
That's like putting Ben Carson in as the head of housing development. Housing and urban development. Like, where is the logic in that?
Right.
I don't see it. That man is an idiot savant too, if I could say anything about him. He's smart as hell, but he's dumb as fuck. He's crazy.
Right. But another point for the Green Union, I want to build a stronger recycling plan. We had talked about, we do have a recycling center that was just built in Elizabethton. I don't know the extent of how far it reaches into the community. I did notice though, like if you're part of a homeowners association, it's required that you recycle. So that
I love that. I'm all about that. Yeah. I remember that was something that you were talking about with the Green New Deal about funding a stronger local recycling plan, community cleanup plan, which I absolutely am so about that. Right. TVA has one for the like Boone Lake and stuff like that, but expanding it to be more community involvement rather than an employment opportunity, getting people more involved. Like, hey, like start an initiative of take a bag, or like. I don't know. I'm thinking off the top of my head, but like, take a bag, leave something cleaner. I don't know. You could. I'm sure there's a way to market it. I just can't think right now. But like, so the initiative would be every time you go out on a walk, every time you visit a national park or a local park or a lake or a river, take a bag with you. Pick up some trash, fill that bag up, and take it home with you.
Right. Well, it's just like I don't know how relevant this is. I'm trying to brainstorm myself. Like, back in the '60s, my mom said, they didn't have a job, at the young age, so they would go collect empty bottles off the ground.
Stuff, yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. Let's see, something else. We could find a big part would be lowering carbon emissions. That's what the Green New Deal is all about nationwide. As a state, I think we can focus on that, investing in transportation systems such as zero vehicle infrastructure. And what I mean by that would be like build more bike paths. They're trying that with the Tweetsie Trail going through Elizabethton. Build more bike paths. Did they
end it? Did they end it? Or I know that they either ended it or they like created the end. They got to the end, or did they actually? Are they still? They expanded it. I know that they made it go farther. It's like
they're wanting to expand it. What they said was they don't have funding for it. Well,
my God! For gravel.
I'll use your words. They have funding. They just don't allocate it well.
There we go. That's right. We gotta think more about how we speak. We gotta stop letting the people that want to create the narrative also create the narrative that we want to share. Right? It's so hard. Like it's so ingrained in our brains. Like they don't have the money. No, they do. They have it. They just don't send it and allocate it to the right groups. And
did you see right in the middle of this pandemic where Bill Lee tried to pass a law giving him more of a salary?
No, what?
You didn't see that? You got to look at Bill Lee tried to pass a bill that would allocate more state funding into his salary during this COVID pandemic.
That's unbelievable.
You got to look that up.
Hold on one fucking minute. I mean, I don't know. Everything is up for grabs at this point when it comes to reality bingo for 2020. Like, did you have bears with nunchucks? Did you have backwards parallel universes? Like the 2020 bingo is all the spaces are free, right? All the spaces are free. You just get to write it in and just put your little chip on there. So it looks like faced with economic effects due to COVID-19 pandemic, Governor Bill Lee, raises to state employees. I guess he's a state employee, so he says that it set aside $50 million to offer buyouts for government workers. This is not what I'm looking for. The pay much released for early this year. New proposal along with the capital how much budget can affect state employees. Nine. This is not what, sorry, that's German. Nine is no. Nein is no in German. Nein, das ist nicht, was ich, I don't know how to say the rest of it. I'm taking a class soon while I'm here, but let's see. It pitches, invest in sex state. Hold on. What would you say would be good keywords for that? I would put Governor Billy. Raises. I'm usually pretty good at searching for stuff, but
do you follow the Tennessee Hollow on Facebook?
I believe that I do. I think I need to fix some of the, well, and this is my white privilege speaking here. I follow a lot of groups and that are, there's one that's, if you're racist and you're fired, it's your fault. And also, like, let's get a piece of shit racist fired today. I can't believe you're brave to post that on your page with your employer listed. Like, all these groups I follow where we kind of like dock people essentially. But it's all legal. It's all legal doxing. It's all legal doxing. But we get people. That's how that woman lost her job, was because of groups that I was part of. And other people have also.
The group that I started was responsible for her getting fired, actually.
Which group was that one?
This is why we protest.
Oh wait, I don't know if I'm a part of that one. I should be.
If I'm not, I'll send you an invite.
Yeah, you need to invite me on that one. But no. So I was like, I needed to take a break from it, and I think self-care is really important, especially when it comes to. I think my video is our video frozen? I think it is. Hold on, I'm gonna stop it.
Now it is.
Yeah, I stopped it. Oh dang, now it's frozen. I think that I'm gonna give it a minute. But anyways, yeah. So I was like, I just got to take a break from that. I need to change the groups that I follow and what shows up on my feed. Because it's exhausting, and that's, again, like I said, with the white privilege I had, that's me. Like, that's a minuscule amount of the exhaustion that Black people and people of color feel every day in their lives when people scream vulgar comments to them and call them names. Like, it's crazy that I have the opportunity to be like, I can take a break from this.
Right.
And they can't, right? They can't do that. I can change what my Facebook feed looks like because I'm tired of seeing all this racist bullshit. But I mean, again, like I said, I think that speaks to white privilege, but also I think it speaks to self-care too, because like you really, I got like super depressed about it. I was so upset. And I was, my fiance, Robin, he was just like, I see, he's like, you need to back off a little bit for a second. He's like, because it's affecting you so much and so extremely. He's like, you're not even yourself right now. I was like, well, that's a good thing that I'm not myself right now, but I do understand that it's important for me to be, because I always say, if mama ain't happy, baby ain't happy. If you don't take care of yourself, if you don't put on your air mask when the plane goes down, you can't put somebody else's on first.
Right.
You got to put your own on first. So you got to always consider self-care. I cannot find this legislation that that you were talking about where his
I'll find the article. I'll find the article and send it to you, because I had actually seen it on the Tennessee Haulers page. Is the reason I asked about that.
Yeah, I need to follow them. I guess I don't, or if I don't, they're not part of like my feed, and I need to fix that. But yeah, going back to what we were talking about though, you were talking about the recycling plan, working on littering and all that stuff, like, beautifying the Tennessee as a state, and then also the lowering carbon emissions. You said something about people to places and the zero vehicle infrastructure,
right?
Part of public transportation option in the area, in the region. How do we go about doing that?
I'd wanted to invest in more public transportation options. I know you had actually educated me a little bit. We have something now called people to places, which most people have to pay for it. I don't know if you're, disabled or retired, if you have to pay for it. I don't know how that works. You'd actually
I
brought
think
that.
people on 10 care, they can get access to some of that. I don't know if it's few little places, but they drive like the little van buses around, and
Right.
I've seen them. And they can get vouchers, or they can get rides, free rides. And I'm just talking about in the car, nothing else, another free ride. They can get free transportation based on their status with Medicaid, Medicare, 10 care. But I don't know if that's what People to Places is. I think that, God damn, I wish that we had a metro system in our area.
Right.
We should be expanding way more on those fronts. What Tennessee is just, I mean, they're more about mountaintop removal than they are about digging up under the mountain. I'm like, leave the mountains alone, dig up under them,
Right.
do some shit under there. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of room down there. Like, let's do something with it.
Right.
But yeah, so that's definitely another option to look at. And then also, we talked about solar power on the state level. I do, like I said, I have some people that work with solar power in the region, and so I'm interested in looking to see. I would love to have somebody on here that has some more information about that too. But I mean, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. It's logical. It's a logical direction that we should be going in. And then also, coming back to there was something else that you talked about oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, in terms of the Green New Deal, probably the biggest point I made on that was legalizing marijuana.
Yeah, we said go into the green. We talked about people getting arrested for marijuana and how it's ridiculous. We said, yeah,
Right.
Let's talk about the green. So let's finish it off with the other green where we're talking about weed and grass or pot or whatever your preferred.
Well, that kind of ties in. That kind of ties in with healthcare and the for-profit prisons. One of the first points, if you legalize marijuana, I can't prove this because it hasn't been implicated, but it has the possibility of replacing prescription painkillers. You know.
Yep.
You let
oh my
people
God!
get
Yeah, you go see the places where it's legal. They barely are prescribing people any of these opioid-based painkillers at all.
Right, and then first of all, they're not repeatedly getting arrested for opioids, so they get that. And I had wanted to introduce funding to fund better treatment centers. We have treatment centers; some of them are free, but it's not good treatment centers. They slap a Band-Aid on them and then they send them out the door 3 days later.
Oh yeah, no. I will tell you this. I went to one actually. I went to the crisis center in Johnson City. I was dealing with heavy depression and I was drinking heavily. And I went there and I was like, oh man, this is not for me. I'm not an addict. I just am depressed and I'm self-medicating. But I saw all these other people there and they were like frequent flyers of the facility, and it was like all they did was they were like pumping with a bunch of drugs. They don't give them the options to get the drugs out. They don't help them in a way to get them on the medication that they need. They're not there for long enough to actually see if the medication actually works and if it's actually a viable option for those people. And that's exactly right. We look at it and we're like, yeah, you can do inpatient for 5 days and then you're going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine.
Right.
No. It's like you said, you're putting a Band-Aid on a broken bone, right? It doesn't work like that.
Even if those centers do manage to treat your drug addiction, which they rarely do, they're going to send you out without tackling the root of the problem in the first place. Why did you start doing?
Yeah, why? Yeah, right. Exactly. And the counseling that they do it's all scripted counseling in those facilities as well. It's like, this is why you did this. Studies show that blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, we don't need. That's not what an addict wants to. An addict wants to actually have candid conversations with people about what their problem is, and like they need to actually have one. Like, I know that when I was there for 3 days or 5 days. I don't remember how long it was. It was a long time ago. But I talked with the actual doctor maybe twice in the whole 5 days. So that's not twice in a day, not twice every day like it should be, because we're dealing with addicts, right? Because that's what that facility is for. Those people didn't, maybe the doctor wasn't even available for them to see them. So, that was not an option for them. And it didn't really facilitate growth and towards recovery at all. And I think that talking about legalization of marijuana, I mean, honestly, I truly believe that all drugs should be legal. I don't,
Right.
that's, I guess, maybe my libertarian side coming out, where I'm just like, all things should be legal as long as you're not infringing on my rights and you're not harming me in any way. I totally think you should be able to do what you want to do. Right.
Right.
And then they've done it in other countries where they have like sites where people can go and inject whatever, if they are a needle user of a drug, if they inject the drugs that they use, they can go to a place where they can actually do it safely. And there's a nurse that's always there monitoring them to make sure that they're okay. Because it doesn't take that much funding, right, to do something like that. I mean, we could dive right into all about the reasons why marijuana is illegal, why all these different substances are illegal, and it's all about control and the government's control over shit. And also we could talk about how the government involved itself in it and how it implanted cocaine and crack cocaine into the Black communities and people of color communities, and how it created that pipeline of schools to jail and the systemic racism and the industrialized prison complex and all that shit. We could talk about all that. We could.
What was it? What was it back in the day? They used to do public service announcements against marijuana by saying it would make your white daughter want to be with a Black man.
Yeah, it's crazy. That one's even worse than this is your brain on drugs and frying an egg in the pan. Good God. I mean, because that's even like awful, but
those people look like they enjoyed themselves.
Yeah. They did that. What was it? Reefer Madness movie back in the day too. They're like, they're going to be promiscuous. And I love it too. On Facebook, there's all these like spoof trolling anti-pot pages. And they're like, Christians against marijuana. I did one pot and I turned into a lesbian.
Listen, I love that commercial they aired in the 90s. I love that commercial they did in the 90s where it shows the girl kind of melted into the couch.
Yes,
I remember watching that thinking, I wish I was that relaxed right now. I really do.
Right. I wish I was loose as shit. Fuck. Have you ever smoked marijuana before?
I haven't actually, but I'm not against the ideal. I support it.
Yeah, the marijuana these days is way too potent for me. When I was a teenager, man, I smoked and I laughed. My friends and we smoked so much pot, and we laughed about the stupidest fucking shit. We listened to great music. We had great conversations, and now it's just like, I can't even, nope, I can't. I'm not against it at all. I just personally cannot handle that stuff. It's too, I was getting stuff with seeds and stems in it back then, and now it's unheard of. Everything's hydroponic, so you don't get any seeds out of that shit. Like, it's not the same kind of weed. It's not,
right.
It's not like it was in the good old days. But I also think that my brain is more developed now, and it thinks about a lot more things than it did before, other than being a teenager, But yeah, no, I agree. Legalize the marijuanas. Legalize one pot for all.
Well, here's the thing. We legalize marijuana. The tax revenue alone would
pay for
it's
all. Insane. It's insane.
It would pay for all these programs that we've talked about.
And that's the one thing too. So one thing I do want to touch on here too. Biden is against legalizing marijuana on the federal level, and I don't agree with that. However, that doesn't mean that I wouldn't vote for Biden. I'm definitely not going to vote for Jen Jorgensen or whatever the fuck her name is. She tries to blind young people by some of her policies, and then she keeps behind the curtains all the fucked up bullshit that she's about with her libertarianism views, and that's not the direction I would want this country to go. I don't think that that's a good different. I do believe in a third party. I believe in multiple parties. I also believe in a ranked system for voting that libertarians do believe in as well. But that's no. But that's one thing I definitely do not stand on the same side as Biden in when it comes to legalizing marijuana. He doesn't agree with that. Like he's just an old fart. He's an old fart. Somebody said something. They're like, they called Joe Biden a dead horse. He's like a dead man, right? So they just push shit out for him, and he's not really in control of whatever he's saying his policies are. But he's an easy candidate to push for the Democratic Party because he'll do it. He's trying to please the majority, right?
Right.
All right. Two other things I want to talk about, but I have to step away for a second because I need to use the restroom. We've been talking for 3 hours, which I am so happy about. So we're going to cover these two other things. I'm going to let you give some closing statements here, and then we're going to end the show with the rest of that Dr. Ocular song. But give me just 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm the quickest pee in the world, and I will make sure to wash my hands before I come back.
All right.
All right. See you in a second.
See you in a second.
All right. Hands washed, bladder drained. We're back here to wrap it up. I was holding that one for a minute. Woo! I say this with the most pride and happiness that I didn't expect for us to go for 3 hours, and I'm really happy we did. I again have a great person here to have a conversation with. So we'll wrap it up here really quick because again, I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I know it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning here, so that would make it 8 o'clock back at home. Is it 8 o'clock there?
It's probably about
oh no, it's 9.
9 here.
It's
Yeah.
9 o'clock. Okay.
That's fine.
All right. Yeah. Cool. No biggie. All right. So two of the things. This one I definitely want to have a conversation about is your stance on common sense gun laws. What can you tell me a bit about what your stance is on those specific issues?
Yeah, 100%. I support the Second Amendment. You know, that's a constitutional right granted to anybody. But I also believe in, like you said, common sense gun laws. I believe that we need to have a background check. No matter what, anytime you purchase a gun, there needs to be a background check. There needs to be a waiting period. And everyone should be required to get a gun permit. You know, take the class, get a carry permit. That should be required.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think how do we implement that though? Like if you go to a gun show, right? What do we do? Do we place a like do we? I don't think that it would be right to have everybody that went to a gun show go to submit a background check. However, if you're not worried about anything, Well, I mean, see, it's always something like, again, too, with the background checks, like with the way that the system is right now, like people have been charged with really, with shitty
Right.
misdemeanor charges, like people of color, especially when, I know you talked about red flag laws on your last video and how you said it looks good on paper, but you talked to a lot of different Republicans that support them. They're concerned that it would violate illegal search and seizure, and also how it could possibly affect communities of the Black and Indigenous people of color in a negative way. Same rules apply maybe with the background check, but that's only because the system is the way it is. I mean, I think that if in a perfect world, we would those things wouldn't happen, right? So when we start defunding and and abolishing or reforming the police system, there's a domestic disputes that happen in households wouldn't end up becoming a crime. It would become, hey, you should probably go to counseling, right?
Right.
But what ends up happening is somebody ends up with a domestic abuse or domestic assault charge on their record when it really should have just turned into a you guys need counseling type issue. So somebody has a bad record of domestic assault or domestic abuse or whatever, and a lot of the times it happens in those minority communities. But
Right.
I mean, what I was trying to get at was I agree with the background checks. I think that that's a thing. I think that not only a background check, but I mean they do it here in Germany too. Like when they're in their teens, they go through like a Marxism, not Marxist like MIRXIST, but a Marxist, like a marksmanship class, I think is how you say that.
Right.
Yeah, so that they know how to properly handle a firearm, they know how to properly shoot one, they know how to properly store one. I think that it's just like, and this is something, a comment and a point that you made on your video too, was you have to have insurance when you drive a car. You have to have a license to drive a car.
Right.
Why the fuck don't we? You have to go through driving school in a lot of states. You have to actually go through like driver's ed. You have to
Right.
pass a driving test. Why don't you have to do any of that for a weapon that is more quickly lethal than a vehicle is?
Right. And even with a vehicle, you have to have a permit for what, 6 months just to practice with a vehicle.
Yeah, you get a learner's permit, you get a permit, then you get your license. Yeah, why? I think it's follow the money, right? I mean that that's common sense. Look at why it's the way it is. Who profits from that, right? And whose side does it benefit when we're talking about that back and forth and that the two different sides of politics, which they're both the same. It's not even the same side of the same coin. It's that there's two different coins that both have the same side on it. It's just that one's a little heavier, so it flips a little slower. The other one's a little lighter, so it flips a little faster. But really, I believe that we, and it's funny to me that the NRA is so supportive of gun ownership, which this is where I come. Where this is, I think, maybe where you and I disagree on, maybe a little bit on the ownership of guns. Military assault weapons, high capacity magazines. People can 3D print guns now, right? So I mean, of course, maybe making it illegal to own them or to buy them off of the market. But that's the thing. People are going to find ways to get what they want. I've seen people make like a personalized rig of a high capacity magazine by making two connected at the same time. But if somebody's caught with doing a crime with those things, that's where I feel like I think that the training, the background check, and the insurance will cover all of those problems that we have when it comes to people owning military assault weapons and high capacity magazines. Those things I feel like are going to be more viable options for us than saying these are illegal, you can't have them. I mean, look at drugs, right? Look at all the illegal drugs that there are. People find a way to get what they want, right? So it's more about, it's because what are we trying to really do? We're trying to keep people from committing crimes and assassinating people and murdering people with these weapons. And so if somebody gets caught with those weapons, like it's not that the weapons are illegal, but it's like, we don't say that it's illegal for you to sell them. Like, there's kind of like, if I have unpasteurized milk or unpasteurized eggs, you can't sell them to me. I can't sell them to you, but I can give them away, right? I can facilitate your ownership of them. You're taking ownership of them. But if you died from those eggs, or if you fed somebody those eggs and they died, then you're responsible. And however you gained access to that unpasteurized milk or those unpasteurized eggs, which really aren't that bad. I've got eggs on top of the fridge right now. They're fine. They're not in it. They're on it.
Right.
But whoever has access to whatever it is that caused harm to someone else, again, this is the libertarian in me speaking, then they are responsible for that, and they should be held to the highest extent of the law. Right? I mean, white supremacy should be listed as a terrorist group. The alt-right, all of those different, the Proud Boys, all these people, they need to be charged with, they need to be listed. I mean, the Southern Poverty Law Association lists them as terrorist groups. Somebody, oh my God, who was it? A politician just recently was listed as a terror threat. A United States politician was just, oh my God, hold on, I have to find that. But I'm finding it, but I know, like you said, you believe that that those should be illegal, right?
Right.
That high what is it? Assault rifles, assault weapons, and military assault weapons, and high capacity magazines they should be taken off the street. And then also, again, you said the insurance for gun owners, which that I just don't understand why it's not. Why is it not that? Again, and also going back to the NRA's support for gun ownership, they talk like they're big on educating people about firearms, but back in the day, in like the 1960s, the NRA was for gun control when the Black Panthers movement was started. So again, look at, why are they doing what they're doing? Well, who does it benefit? Why is it something that people are benefiting from? So that's a big thing. What do you think? How do you think you could implement that law about taking the military assault weapons and the high capacity magazines off the streets? How could you do that?
See, something that you said kind of made me sit here and grind my gears a little bit. I support banning, military assault rifles, but at the same, the streets are so saturated with it. Myself, that's going to take a lot of sitting down, holding town halls, discussing it with people. I don't think one man can implement a plan to get rid of them.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, go ahead.
Maybe maybe they do this already. To get your carry permit, to get your, when you have your background check out, I think you should have to go through psychological evaluation.
Absolutely. I mean, just like all cops should do that too. And not just once. I feel like you should do it just like you get your license and it lasts for 5 years, 10 years, whatever. You have to go renew it. I think the same rules should apply to gun ownership, going through a psychoanalysis, all of that. And the same thing for police officers, because they actually are wielding a weapon. They should all go, anybody that wields a weapon, that has the ability to have a weapon in their possession, should go through multiple psychoanalyses and go through, making sure that they still, like, because your mind changes, especially for cops. Like, some of them kind of go crazy a little bit because they got PTSD from that shit. And I get it. That's a hard job to have. But like, going through it once, all right, you're sane now, but does that mean you're going to be sane forever? No, that should be you should have a renewal of your license to carry when it expires. That renewal process should include an analysis of your ability to have cognitive thinking capabilities, and also to make sure that you're not going and losing your mind. I mean, because it happens, and it's a sad thing that it does happen, but it does, and I think that would be a really important part of that, the insurance and the background check and the license to carry at all.
The only thing I could think of to help lower the amount of people who own assault weapons is like, say, there are high-grade military weapons that aren't available to the public. So I think you cut off line of production. They're still going to be out on the streets, but eventually it's going to trickle down. You just cut off the line of production right there.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree. And also too, I know, I love what you said in that one video you had. You were like, well, if somebody's taking an assault weapon to go and hunt, I don't want to eat that meat. Fuck that shit. How many bullets do we really have to pull out of this? Like, this isn't worth it.
Like I said, there's only two things you could do with an assault weapon. You could take it to the gun range and you can waste a whole box of ammo in like 5 minutes, or you could shoot up a public area. That is the only two things you could do with assault weapon.
Yeah, I mean, those are the only true purposes of it, right? I mean,
right.
That's kind of like, I would say it's a gray area for me, because one, I mean, I've shot guns before. I've never shot an assault rifle.
Right.
I believe that everybody should own a gun. That is
right.
something too, I believe. I think everybody should be educated on it. Like I said, usage, firing it, storing it, cleaning it. You should be able to take the gun apart and put it back together. I don't think that you should be, and I know maybe I wouldn't say that to everybody about a car, like you should have to be able to put the motor back together or whatever, but a gun is different. It's small, it's easy to actually take apart and put together. And I think that it also goes to, it educates people on how much power there is in holding onto a weapon like that, right? So I think that it's important that people educate themselves. But oh my God, did you not see today on Facebook where that guy in Elizabeth and Grant's construction motherfucker, who also was interviewed by the news, the local news, he took a picture from Aaron's Facebook page, and it had kids in it, and he put the black terrorists because a black man with a gun scares you. Suck my fucking non-existent dick. Like, that is the most racist motherfucking shit I've ever seen in my whole goddamn entire life. Like, what the fuck is that?
He is a world-class troll.
Do you know him? I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure. Doesn't he incite shit? I think that I've had a drink next to him at Applebee's once in Elizabeth.
Yeah,
like, I'm pretty sure I have.
I've known him all my life, and he lives for inciting bullshit. That's all he exists for.
You know, he posted that one video where he was like, he had all of his guns propped up on the wall, like some fucking hard ass. And
but you know what?
And then he was all like, "Well, come out and we'll have a real conversation." And he was like, "These people come into my friends and family's hometown here in Rogersville, and they don't even live here." And it's like, motherfucker, you are doing the same fucking thing, bringing your little bike gang out here. Like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You're doing exactly what these other people are doing too. So I don't want to hear it.
Ron said that at the Rogersville protest, Grant was like behind the crowd the entire time. He never said one word.
Yeah, because he's a little keyboard arguer. He just wants to sit behind his keyboard and talk all the time. He's not willing to actually have a true, honest conversation with other individuals about what he's actually about, because he's going to get shot down in everything that he has to say about that. Like, because he knows he's wrong, but he's just skirt. He's skirt. He'd be skirt.
Right.
All right. One other thing I do want to talk about. I believe it was women's rights. Women's rights. I know women's health care as well. So I know we had touched on it a little bit yesterday. I was like, not that I couldn't listen to the video again, but I was like, I don't need to take notes on this. We can talk about it all day. I'm a woman. I want to be healthy. I need some care and love and tenderness. TLC, give it to me.
Right.
But yeah. So tell me, what do you want to do with that as far as what are your beliefs on it? What is your platform in the local community? How do you see yourself being able to perpetuate your position in
this platform was actually really, really short. It's my shortest platform, not because I don't want to do a lot, but because
he hates women. No, I'm kidding. He's like, I don't want to talk about women. I want the women to talk about themselves. That's a good thing.
Women's just an afterthought.
I would assume you don't have a vagina, right? That's
right. Last time I checked, I'm clear.
I condone your lack of a huge platform, because I would assume that you need some time to talk to some women about it and have their input. And hold up, women's only town hall.
There you go. Like
I'd be down with that.
As a man, I don't want to write out an entire platform without talking to somebody. You know what I mean? Without talking to women.
Right. There you go. Exactly.
As a candidate, I will say that I'm pro-choice. I support a woman's right to have an abortion. I don't believe there ought to be any restrictions, because, even as far as late-term abortion, I don't think anybody's doing that.
Nobody's going into the clinic and being like, yay, I get to kill another fetus. Woo! Yeah. No, that is not a thing. And that narrative is disgusting. No woman, everybody, before I got pregnant with my daughter, I miscarried the first time. And that's very common. 1 out of 3 pregnancies, most women miscarry the first time they get pregnant, because their body is just like, my uterus isn't ready for that. Hello. Like, this is a shocker. Like, it's like when somebody proposes to you after 5 days, you're like, this is a shock to me. You're like, I wasn't expecting that. Not ready for that just yet. I'm sorry. I'm not a Mormon. I'm not there yet. But no. So yeah, there is not a single woman out there that goes to get an abortion and they're like, and even the women that get multiple abortions, and we got to talk about how their access to health care causes for them to have them, or the religious exemptions that companies have with not providing birth control to women because they don't believe that it's a thing, especially with the Catholics and the Christian religion, where they don't think that women should have access to it, so they don't feel like they want to fund it because they are exempt because of their religious beliefs, which is total and utter bullshit. But there's not a single woman out there that is going in there and being like, I am going through this, and I want to do this all the time because it's painful. It's dirt. It's not. I wouldn't say dirty, but it's not a clean thing. It's not like it's just like. I mean, you have to sit on a toilet especially if it's just like the sac and the fetus and all that and all the blood associated. It's not a fun process for anybody. Not even no matter what age the fetus is at, what time frame that is in its development. Nobody's gonna enjoy that. No one. Nobody's going in there out of spite. Like, I'm gonna fucking kill a baby, because that's what they're saying. That's the narrative that they want to create. Is, I'm going to kill babies, and I'm going to kill them and be proud of killing babies. Like, no, nobody's saying that. And also, if we want to get on a biblical standpoint of that, the Bible says that life begins at birth. So, suck it. Suck a bunch of air. Suck a bunch of air, you live human being.
If they want to do a biblical standpoint, I grew up in the church. I read the Bible. Several stories in the Bible, God made a point to kill all the firstborn children.
Like, come on, like what do you really believe in?
Right. Who is your
one true God?
Here's what I like to say. I have spoke with religious protesters in terms of abortion, and they say, we have to abolish abortion. That's what they holler all the time. Abolish abortion. And I say,
abolish abortion. There's going to be a bunch of fucking back alleyway abortions where women and the babies are going to die.
Here's what I told them. I said, first of all, you guys look ridiculous out here. Nobody's listening to you. I appreciate, I respect your right to protest, but nobody's listening to you. Instead of screaming abolish abortion, protest for better health care. Protest for higher paying jobs.
Let's talk about what the root of the issue is.
Right.
The root of the issue isn't women just going and free-for-alling abortion. They're just like, skydiving into the abortion clinic, like, yes, this is my life's purpose. That's
You know
not
what?
what's happening.
I would fund that one time at least.
Right? I mean, hey, if it includes a spiritual awakening for somebody, I'm about it. I'm about it.
Well, here's my thing. Along with women's health care, their right to choose. Obviously, I think if they choose to have the child, I think they should get free child care. We have the money to fund that.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing with the right too. They're all like, hey, we support the baby in your belly, in your uterus. They probably all call it. Most of them be like, I want that baby to be alive that comes out of your vagina. And it's like, that's not even where it's coming from, but thanks for your concern.
Right. You know what people hate to hear? Every time they argue, they say, well, I'm pro-life. And I ask them all the time, I said, do you use a condom? Do you use birth control? They said, yeah. I said, well, then you're really pro-choice, aren't you?
Yeah, because you chose to not get, pro-lifers are truly Catholics. Yeah, they're the Catholics and the Mormons and the Mennonites and the Amish people. So, but right. They're all fucking crazy.
One final point on that specific platform. I don't know how easy it would be to do this because people in the state act like we have no money for anything. I would like to introduce at least a program for tax-free sanitary products for women.
Oh my God, yes.
At least.
For sure. I mean, again, like I know, and I think you commented on this on your video. You were like, it's something that we can't control. It's something that is, it's a beautiful thing is what it is. It means that your body is working. It means that you're able to actually give birth to a baby, maybe even, but even if you can't, you still might have a period. But like, it's something that why is the government taxing women for something that they need to be acceptable in society? Like, and now, I mean, it's been great. The expansion of like these Thinx, THINX panties, where like they actually absorb all of a woman's period blood from into the underwear, and then you can't even see it. It doesn't like leak out or anything, which is really cool. Right. But the fact that we're charged for these cotton, paper, plastic bullshit is ridiculous.
Right. That would be like
taxed. It's taxed. And I mean, I think that not only should it not be taxed, but it should be free on college campuses and free in public restrooms.
Absolutely.
Like,
and
no woman should have to feel shame for having their period. Like that's bullshit.
Going along with pro-choice, I fully support state funding for Planned Parenthood. And, that would also tie in, we can offer funding to have Planned Parenthood provide sanitary products to women.
Yeah, and the thing speaking about Planned Parenthood, all the people that are against Planned Parenthood, they're like, oh well, they perform abortions and all that. 3%
right
of what Planned Parenthood does is abortions. Right. The rest is family planning, STD testing. They give out condoms. They help people with a cancer, like a breast cancer, ovarian cancer. They do so many other things than abortions. And the fact that these people want to focus on the one thing that's 3% of what the organization does, it just goes to show how uneducated people are. It's again because they do the one thing. That's why they're mad at them. That's why they want to take their funding away, right? There was that whole conspiracy where the people went into the Planned Parenthood undercover, and they were like, they chopped up the videos, and they're like, we sell baby parts, and it's like, that's not actually that is not what happens. That's not what happens there at all. That's not what's happening there. Y'all need to step back for a minute. Step back. Y'all are crazy. But no, and again, I mean, I could go on and tell you what I think that women need to have for themselves when it comes to legislation and all that. But I don't live in Unicoi or Carter County anymore, and that is your district, and that is where you are running to be the candidate for Tennessee State House. and I want you to really talk to. I think it's great. Something I know that you're going to be the candidate and a politician that would actually talk to your community about what it is they need and what it is that they want. And not only it's great that you're running for a seat in an area where you grew up in, but you are like the poster child of what it means to grow up in that conservative area and to go from being a part of that. And again, I think that it sounds like to me, from what you've told me, you were more a part of like the neutral, uneducated side of her, or and ignorant is not a bad word, right? Ignorance is bliss, right?
I'd agree with that.
You were ignorant of it because you didn't know about it, right? So nobody ever told you what was going on was racist. You didn't believe it because racism wasn't even a concept in your mind. With the Confederate flag tattoo that you got, like that was just part of your culture. It wasn't like you're like, this is a thing and fuck black people and fuck all these motherfuckers. You just never were exposed to it enough to where it actually struck a chord with your mind and you got, trained.
Which I do want to add.
Yeah,
I do want to add, since we're on the subject of that, I have promised my friends that as soon as funding
I saw that, by the way. You should not. I don't think that you should take your campaign funding to get your tattoo removed. But I
was aggravated about that.
I know. I was gonna say, but I think that you should definitely do a GoFundMe. I think that would be a great thing. I mean, there's people that do it for free. I think that there's actually a tattoo artist in Asheville that will cover up racist or sketchy tattoos like that for free.
I'm going to make it symbolic. I'm going to get the Black Lives Matter fist, And
oh my God, I would love that.
And then it's going to say Bernie fucking Sanders all the way around.
I mean, listen, I don't care. Bernie Sanders might be too old and he might never, ever get to run for office again in the capacity that he has in the last two election cycles. But I will say this, he is a beacon of hope for so many people, including myself. There's going to be a time where, and I think this is like the second, or I don't know, what fucking number of awakening are we on at this point? I don't even know. I mean, the Reconstruction that happened after the Civil War, that was the first Reconstruction, that was first or second Reconstruction. Like, we need another Reconstruction. We need another fucking Great Awakening to where people are like, oh my God, science is really important. The earth isn't flat. Guess what? You want to know when people are going to stop believing the earth isn't flat? It's not that far from now, is when they can go to fucking space. Oh, you don't got the balls to go to space to prove that the earth is flat? I don't want to listen to you.
You know what, though? I believe if travel was more readily available, if it was
God, Mark Twain
more affordable.
Said it. Mark Twain said it.
Get out of this circle.
I bet you over 70% of people in Elizabethton have never left the state. I would say the state, 70%. And maybe 50% haven't even left the Tri-Cities area. Right. And that just goes to show how critical it is that people get outside of their bubble, get outside of their comfort zone, and they actually explore what life is like outside of what they are used to. Because you're going to see that you're living in a fucking echo chamber, right? When you just, all you do is surround yourself with people that have the same ideas as you. When I hear too many people saying exactly what I'm saying, I'm like, me personally, I'm like, okay, I need to talk to some different people, because that this is a problem. I'm obviously not looking at and speaking with different communities, and I'm not allowing for my voice to be heard and for my ideas to even be heard by other people. I'm just hearing other people saying the same thing that I'm saying all the time. And so I think it's really, that's why I don't that's why I don't block most people on Facebook. Like if somebody, I won't add them as a friend, but my posts are public, so they can post anything, they can reply to whatever they want to. There's a guy that it's my ex-boyfriend from when I was a teenager, Heath Johnson, beautiful artist. Shout out to Heath Johnson. But his dad is ex-military. He's a retired vet. And his name is Charles Johnston. And he posts on my page all the time. And it's not racist shit, but it's like, he's like, well, if they would have, they're paying their debt to, like the video with the picture with the van. He was like, well, they're paying their debt to society. And I was like, but no, if you really look at the stats and you look at how much people are paid to work in prisons, like when you get out of the local jails and get to state prisons and federal prisons, I was like, they're paying for their board and room and board themselves with the labor that they're using anyways. And he'll be like, well, if they just follow the law, blah blah blah. Like he posts all this shit. I'm like, what I'll do is I'll see his comments, and then I'll just like out at two of my best friends, Laura Speaks and Kimberly Smith, and I'll be like, y'all want to have a go at this? And they'll just be like spitting out fucking like philosophical, theological bullshit at him, and he's like, he doesn't ever respond because he gets owned he gets pwned. He gets owned all the fucking time because he's just regurgitating everything, and he's from Carter County. That's where he learned to have that prejudice. But yeah, Mark Twain said, he said, oh, God damn it, if it would load, man, my computer is being so slow. He says that travel is fatal to prejudice, bigotry, and narrow-mindedness. I'm pretty sure that's what the quote is. So travel kills away all of that stuff. That's a big thing. I love traveling. That's why, what is my show called? I'm big on that. I think that's not only, and when will we be able to do that? When will people be able to travel more? When can they afford to do that? When we provide them with health care that they don't have to pay out of the ass for and put them in debt so they can afford to go on a trip to somewhere that they've never been. When we provide people with jobs in a union that allow for them to be able to take actual paid vacation, what they deserve, and they're not overworked. When we allow for people to be educated about where the fuck they come from. Oh, let's fucking not talk about nationalism. Let's not talk about patriotism. You want to talk about white heritage? I'm from Poland. I'm from Czechoslovakia. Yugoslavia is not even a fucking country anymore. I know where my family's from. Everybody should know where their family's from. If you want to talk about pride in your family history, look at where you actually came from. Go into that. Get educated about it. Go visit those countries. See what it's like. You're gonna find people that probably don't agree with what you agree with there either. I think that all those things are super fucking important, and I really think that you've got a great platform. I really look forward to talking with you again at any other time. We have been talking for almost 4 hours. Can you believe that?
I love it.
I know, I do too. This is so great. I'm really glad that we got to get the word out. Is there any closing remarks that you have that you want to have listeners hear when it comes to either your platform, how they can support you, where do they need to go? I'll make sure to post links in the live chat in the website. I'm going to comment on the live feed later. I'll go through the video again to watch it. And then I'll also make sure to add it into the blurbs on all the other places that I post our live feed on. So just whatever you want to say before we close out and play some more music for our heady folks out there. Just whatever you want to say. Let everybody hear it.
As a closing statement, I would say what we've reiterated time and time again during this: educate yourself. Don't depend on the school to educate you. Don't depend on your family to educate you. Talk to people in the African American community, talk to women, talk to people in the LGBTQAI community, learn their stories. And that would be my closing statement. And if you want to help my campaign, I don't have a website yet, but I'm on Facebook, Bobby Harrell for State House, and I am doing a fundraiser for my campaign this Friday night at 8:00, and you can donate to my ActBlue account. I know times is financially hard on all of us, so if you can't afford to donate, just share my page and interact with my post. And if you have questions, message me. We could talk on the phone. We could go get coffee. Any point you want to bring up, I'm willing to listen to anybody. But I appreciate you guys for having me on the show. And if you want to know more about my policies, I'll end it with this. With my guitar, I advertise all my policies. That's
yes. Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Before we go, can you please do a little diddle for us? I know you played a song on your page earlier. Oh God damn it. I know what it is. What's the song that you played? You did a recording yesterday of it.
I can't even remember now. I'm lost.
Oh, I'd have to pull you up. It wasn't Dolly Parton. God, yeah, I'll find it. Hold on.
You're gonna be proud of me though. I finally learned that one little part of Blackbird.
Oh, it is. Let's see it. Let me hear it. Let's see. It's a hard one.
I love it.
Yes. Yeah, and it ends up being. Hold on. I'm gonna have to. I don't know if this guitar is tuned or not. Hold on a second. And I don't have a capo either, but I don't need a capo for this song. What am I talking about? All right.
I love the way you sang that, by the way. That's perfect.
Oh, thank you. I should have tuned it before. Ah! I don't think it's tuned right. It's not. That's okay. It ends up being like muscle memory at some point.
Yeah, right. It's one of those things. If you think about it, you can't do it.
Yeah, but no, yeah. Once you get it, I learned that song when I was like 12, 13 years old, and I had made my fingers bleed when I learned it. I played it so much, and yeah, once you get it down, you're gonna be fine. But yeah, I was trying to look at what that song was.
Are you familiar with Elizabeth Cotton?
No, who's that?
She is one of my favorite guitar players. She's from way back in the day, like way back in the day. She was an African American woman, and she had got famous as an elderly woman. But she does like the Merle Travis, Chad Atkins type picking, and the song "Freight Train." Have you ever heard that?
Freight train going so fast.
That's one you need to learn on the guitar. It's beautiful.
I know that one. I do. I know that one. My stepdad taught me that song. I love it.
I didn't learn that until last week.
Ding, ding. It's hard to pick too, because you have to have your finger down on the bottom E string on the first fret and the third fret.
Let's see. What's that? You got me curious now. What is it like?
It's damn it. It's a hard one to play. Yeah. That's it. Yes. Going so fast. Please don't tell them which train that I'm on, but I don't know where I'm going.
We're gonna put a band together now. You got to sing.
We'll do it.
I love that.
Yes.
You got to look her up on YouTube. What she does, she takes a left-handed guitar. Or no, wait a minute. She takes a right-handed guitar and then she turns it upside down. Not the strings. She'll turn the whole guitar upside down and play like that.
What?
That's she'll play Freight Train.
Wow.
She plays Freight Train like this. It's crazy.
She must have some really crazy fingers. I love it. I'm glad I got you to pick up your guitar for me. And next time I'll make sure to tune mine before I come on.
That's all right.
But no, again, thank you so much for coming on. I really look forward to talking with you again. Again, guys, Bobby Harrell for District 4, Tennessee State House Representative. Remember, if you haven't registered to vote, you can't vote this time around, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't go register to vote now. Go register to vote. fucking do it.
Right.
Register to vote. If you are registered to vote, make sure, remember, August 6th is when you can vote for state and local representatives. Don't go into the voting booth like I did with no idea about who is running in your district. I did it. I will be the first person to admit that I have gone to the booth and be like,
Right.
who the fuck are these people? Sometimes it's hard to find out about candidates. So one, there is, what is that website? Is it called Ballot Count? Or it's not Ballot Count. It's
Ballotpedia.
Ballotpedia.
Yeah.
Check out ballotpedia.com. You can look up your state, your local district, your state candidates that are running so that you know who's running. Also, you can look up who's the constable that's running. You can find out who's
Right.
running for the school board, all those people. You can look that stuff up. And if you ever have questions, feel free to message the Nahhan Sandiego's Facebook page. My email's listed there. You guys can also join the email subscription from nahhansandiego.com. You can also listen to this podcast. If you don't want to watch it, you can listen to it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Deezer. I think I got all of them. Everything's covered. SoundCloud, wherever you listen to podcasts, you can listen to this one. And if you want to watch it again, you can always watch it from the recording on Facebook, from my website at nahhansandiego.com, and also on our YouTube channel that is linked on the Facebook page. So again, Bobby Harrell, it was a pleasure having you on. Thank you so much again. And I really wish you the best with the election. I'm going to do everything I can to help promote your run for your office. So thank you again. Love to have you on again. Such a pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right. I appreciate you inviting me.
Yeah, of course. Anytime. Always welcome. We'll start that band soon.
That sounds good.
Awesome. Thanks again. Take care.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. So we're gonna end the show off with the song that we played at the beginning of the show, which was the Dr. Ocular Hindsight. From what I understand from their website, I know the people that are in the band, but they were busy. So I'm assuming, don't quote me on this one, that they are going to have a show a new album coming out in August. I think this Hindsight album is the album, but I have a couple songs to play. But for this show, I'm gonna play for the end of the show, I'm gonna continue to play the song that we listened to at the beginning, which was I believe it's Bend It in the Half. Bend It in Half, not the half. What am I saying? Bend It in Half. So this is Bend It in Half by Dr. Ocular. If you can always visit their website, it is drocular.com. I do believe. I got to pull my browser back up, but I will find it. No, excuse me. Dr. Ocular Band. So that's Dr. OCULAR Band.com. That's where you can find some videos of some of their live performances, as well as some information about their new album that's coming out. They have free downloadable songs. If you go to the music tab at the top of their header, and you'll be able to download some of the songs from their new album that's coming out. But again, we are going to play the song that we started the show out with, which was the Bend It in Halfway, or Bend It in Half. That's dot wave. Bend It in Half. Guys, mwah, have a wonderful night. It's 4:30 here. I know it's not that late there. So enjoy the rest of your evening. I will see you guys very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Well, that is the show. Thank you for joining us on the Nahhan Sandiego podcast. Until next time. Bye.